Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors are yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Old strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my audio monitor and see what I sound like. So give me a second here.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my audio monitor and see what I sound like. So give me a second.
All right, I'm going to turn that down a little bit and see what that sounds like.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my audio monitor and see what I sound like. So give me a second. All right, I'm going to turn that down a little bit.
All right, I think that's good. So I hope everyone is having a great morning. My morning, not so good. I've been struggling with some of the YouTube settings, as you can see. First of all, let me move this camera back. Okay. And Milton was trying to help me, but he was unsuccessful. You'll notice that there is no chat overlay coming up because something went wrong, and I don't know what it is. It's not in my computer. It's not in OBS. I tried a bunch of different browser sources. I think it's in either YouTube or the chat overlay itself, which is driving me really crazy. So let me go ahead and I'm going to pull this up on the other scene. Let me see here. All right. Now, there I am. Let me go ahead and bring this chat back up, which I can't seem to find it. There we go. Okay. Now, I have all my chats here, but when I click on them, it doesn't go into my scene. So that is just really frustrating because it's one of the most important parts of my live stream, and it's broken. I've spent 40 minutes struggling with it, and I came to the conclusion it's in the chat overlay software itself. I tried reinstalling it. It won't work. But it's just one of a number of things I've had to deal with the wonders of YouTube, which I'm not happy about, but what can you do? Now, let me see if this is even updating. I guess it is. Let me switch over here to the other scene. And I guess you can hear me, but I'm going to go and show you the comments. That I can't display them on my screen. Let's see here. Our first one was the Feral Grandma. And then we had Carnivore Jerry. And we have Lady June. Michael Seeley. And let's see, Michael. And again, I'm having a hard time knowing who's who, thanks to YouTube again, making the chat come up as the YouTube name. I don't know who's who anymore. Of course, I know who Juliet is, and she says hello. Getting ready to go to gym. Short walk. Let's see, I can stay awake from Feral Grandma. And Retired Rick is here. Hey, how's it going? And again, I enjoyed watching your Wednesday live. Although, when it gets too late, after 10 or something, I'm pretty much going to bed. So I watch what I can. From snowy Illinois, well, it is cool somewhat here, but it'll be hot and humid before you know it, which is something. And, of course, Mike says, good morning, Rick and everyone, from a beautiful sunny morning in Melbourne, Florida. And I know you're up there with Mitch, so I'm sure it's a little cooler there than it is here. And we have some good mornings. Are the iguanas falling yet? Nope, it's too hot for that. And Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish, says, good morning, Rick and everyone. And Booby Goats Aaron says, I hope Rick puts on his headphones, then it'll look like the thumbnail. Well, I could do that, and I may. Let's see. Hello, Brian. Good morning, Wendy. Hello, Aaron. We might get snow later. And Brian's saying hello to everybody. Feral Grandma. And let's see. And Smoothie420 says, good morning, Rick, Milton, and all quackers here. And Rick says, good morning. And we have some iguanas and ducks, and that's good. And Bride's Biscuit says, good morning, all. And Rick says, good morning. And BK Belgian Carnivore says, good morning, Rick and Milton and all. And Retired Rick hates snow. If it would snow here, I would be just really impressed. And BK has a very good suggestion. Thumbs up for Rick. Yes. We got freezing rain coming too. Just nuts as usual. Okay. We have another good morning, Rick, from the Feral Grandma. And Retired Rick says, good morning, Quack Rick and friends. Your sound is okay. That is awesome. Of course, I have other technical issues to deal with. You made chorizo out of deer. That's nice. Milton's a sweetie. Well, he is now. And we'll talk a little bit about Milton in the process. Let's see. Doing okay. Hello, Rick and everyone. Okay, Michael Pregler. There we go. So now I know who's who. Indy Andy Carnivore. Snowstorm en route. Well, that's good. I hope you have heat over there. Hello, Linda. And Supertune. Supertune has come into the chat and says good morning. Let's talk about my wrench, sir. I'm not quite sure what in the world YouTube did, but YouTube has really been screwing me over lately. And I'm going to tell you something. I am just totally frustrated. First of all, as you know, I've never made a single penny. I had a penny floating around here in 18 years of YouTube. Well, YouTube gave me something else to enjoy. They actually turned off the monetization without explanation. So the $13 or $20 or whatever that I could have made disappeared. So that's a wonderful thing about YouTube. And as you can see, my chats, I don't have a chat overlay. I know it's not OBS because when I changed the browser source, it did come up. So it's something between YouTube and the Chrome extension. I figure it's a YouTube issue because the Chrome extension seems to work. But the thing is, to relate to YouTube, it doesn't work. So YouTube's been screwing around with some kind of settings to mess us up. I have no idea why they would do such a stupid thing. But, you know, what do they care, right? Okay, hi, Michael and Andy, anyone I missed? And Supertune says that the sound is very good now. Excellent. Now, in terms of the week, as you know, last weekend was the first weekend after I got back from Hack Your Health. And when I did my live stream, I had to cut it a little bit short because I wanted to go to the ham radio free flea market, which I did. And the flea market was about half of what it was last year. So like everything else, it's been dying out. And then what was it? It was either Friday or Saturday. I don't remember the exact day. Milton went into total meltdown mode, tore my leg up, bit me, scratched me, did all the nasty things that Milton would do. And it was very, very painful. So Sunday and Monday, I didn't really do a whole lot because my foot hurt, my leg hurt, and I just couldn't do much of anything. So that's what happened with little Milton. Now, on the good side, I had more people than ever in my live stream last Saturday. I think by the morning, I already had like 25 or 30 people. So that was really good. But it was a shame that I had to kind of end early. But that's all right. Now let me see what we have here. What does my video look like? Okay, there I am. Let me go back over here to... hold on. This is going to be a bit of a challenge because of what YouTube did. Okay. And Karen's okay. Message retracted. Okay, I don't know what is going on. There we go. And Karen, Florida Sunshine says, hello, Rick from Chile to Berry, Florida. Well, in northern Florida, that's, you know, that bruise is crazy. That's from the bite. Yeah, because I don't know if it was from the bite or the scratch, but whatever Milton did, I think it's from scratching me. He got into one of the arteries, and it caused that part of my leg to swell up. It was a lot of blood, and once it went down, I think it went between the layers of skin. So that's pretty much from the vicious Milton attack. Now, I was told by a couple of my friends to get rid of Milton, that he was dangerous and he needs to be dumped somewhere. You know, take him for a ride and let him go and be done with him. But I was not happy about anyone saying that. I said, look, Milton had a bad day. Anybody can have a bad day. So I'm going to give Milton a chance. So what I did, after Milton calmed down, I've been keeping an eye on him. He's been following me everywhere. He won't leave me alone. He wants to sit next to me. He wants to follow me. Now, the exception is when I go online now, he left. He's probably going to the bed to fall asleep because Milton is camera shy. But he's been well behaved. He's been super friendly. I think what it was is just Milton chewed the extension cord, which I found teeth marks in it, got shocked, went wild, and then attacked me because I don't think he realized who I was. All he did was see something in his way, and he didn't realize that he was attacking me. Fortunately, I have forgiven Milton, and Milton is just fine. He's been eating normally. He's been a good kitty. I really like Milton. He's just such a sweetheart. So Milton is forgiven. There's nothing to worry about. Mannix Gaming says, I found a family who are carnivore in my place, but they have this crazy theory. They believe Earth is flat. There's some pretty strange people out there. And Lizzie says, wow. Okay, now with Milton and his little problems, what else happened during the week? Well, Monday and Tuesday were basically lost days. Oh, here's the little beast. Come on. What? What do you want? Come on, Milton. Come here. What's the matter, sweetheart? Oh, my goodness. You are such a cute little kitten. Look at this bad animal. Look at those sharp teeth. Look at this cat. Look at that face. Does that look like a dangerous animal? Oh, you're so cute. I love you so much. I don't know why you attack me, but you're still my friend. So anyway, Milton has been behaving very nicely, and he sits next to me when I'm trying to do stuff in the living room. When I go outside, he follows me. He was watching me while I worked on the truck, and if you look, you can see what he's doing right now. There he is. Hey, Milton. So, the rumors about me getting rid of Milton are not true, at least at this point. Now, if Milton starts plotting against me, then we may have to take Milton out to be shark bait, but I think he'll be fine. I think what happened, Milton decided that the flat extension cord was a great cat toy, and I think he probably learned his lesson, because there's a flat side extension cord right here. He hasn't even thought about touching it. I'll show you. So I have a feeling that Milton is definitely going to be a good pet. Now, I've learned my lesson also. Don't ignore Milton. When he looks dangerous, keep your towel ready. And I have this towel that I cover the couch with. I can just throw a towel over him and then put him into the bathroom or get him outside and let him take his frustration out on somebody else. So that's good. All right. Anyway, I have no idea what in the world happened with YouTube. I mean, it's just, maybe we're going to go through this together, because I'm having a very difficult time with it. So anyway, let's see who else we got here. Retired Rick, okay. Right. Feral Grandma. And Lamb says, good morning, Quackers. And I say, good morning. Milton got wired and went crazy. Yes, he did. Earth is flat, but seems interesting to look into it. Give Milton a second chance, but not a third one. That cat looks evil. Well, he is a black cat, so people may be a little biased. My cat thinks my hair is a squirrel. You have a wrench too. And good morning. Good morning, Bob. Glad to see you here. Been crazy close up. Okay. Flap of Mountainous. Good morning. Now, I don't know what YouTube did that put moderators. I don't know what the heck happened. So let me go into YouTube and see what kind of disaster I'm dealing with. And I'm just very frustrated with YouTube. All right. So let's see. All right. Okay. Now, as you'll notice, I actually have more subscribers. I get about 2 a day, which is really, really good. I'm not going to make 4,000 by the end of the year, but I may make it next year. It's been slow, steady growth. I'm not losing people, so that's good. And you can see over here, latest short performance and so on. But you'll notice the little thing about getting paid, it disappeared. So if I go over here to earn, it just took it off. So I guess YouTube figured that I was dangerous or maybe too boring. So they took that out of there. And then what else? What else did they do? Customization, whatever. I don't know. Settings. Community moderation. Huh. Okay. User management. Well, for some reason, it put managing moderators, which I never did, but I guess YouTube thought that I needed moderation. Very strange. Very, very strange. Let's see. Prove users, hidden users. Why did it hide my users? What is this? Okay. All right. Let's see if we can fix that. I don't get it. Whatever happened to YouTube now, hopefully I haven't been hacked, but I use two-factor authentication, so I find it very, very unlikely that I would be hacked. And again, I'm not the kind of person that would do anything like that. Okay. Anyway. Okay, we're waiting to hear from you. Anonymous feedback. Huh. Should I add feedback? I'm going to let that sit for a little bit. I don't want to put online what I think about YouTube because it wouldn't be nice. Well, anyway, so let me go ahead and get out of there. All right. So let me get back over here to my, okay. And let me see where the comments went. Okay. All right. Let's see here. And we said someone's saying hello to Bob and Lizzie and Jiffy. You need to pet-proof your house. Animals are like children, very curious. Okay. And we have another hello for Bob and for Grandma. You're not boring. Well, that is very good. My mom will take Milton if you want to find him a new home at some point. Gives me a reason to drive to Florida. Well, there you go. So if Milton becomes too much of a problem, I'm sure there are several people that would love and love to get my little Milton. But I'm going to keep him because I really love him. He's a nice kitty. Hey, Milton. Huh? Yeah. He says, brr. What? Meow. Oh, you're so cute. Look at that face. Anybody could have a bad moment if you're getting electrically tortured. If you bite into an electrical cord, I'm sure that if I bit into electrical cord, if I survived, I would probably tear everybody apart that I saw. Okay, let me see here. Step 2 says fix your AdSense. AdSense is how you get paid. Yeah, you can remove moderators. I predicted this would happen. There's half as many likes as chatters. That is very true. Are you clairvoyant? The moderators were activated during your live at that fair when you had your phone in your chest pocket. It could be a phone issue too. Milton getting that swimming with dolphins trip to the Keys. Well, like I said, if Mr. Milton decides to go wild, there are several people here. I will let everybody know that if somebody wants Milton, they are welcome to him. I will not eliminate little Milton because he's my little buddy and he's actually a very important part of this. And my life would not be the same if I was not looking down at my beautiful little menace. And I think also when he gets his little bits taken off, he's going to be a lot more tame. And, you know, I know this kind of cat. He's a lot like my first cat. My first cat was very similar, except instead of attacking me, he attacked a bully. A kid that was always harassing me, he tore him up. So, and he made the same little burp, burp, burp sounds that Milton does. So Milton is a really nice cat. I really like him. He's awesome. Anyway, every now and then, there you go. Okay. Young critters' teeth on stuff. That's true. Hey, Biscuit. How was your work on the truck, Rick? I hope you can fix it. Well, I'm going to explain that in a little bit. Do a Milton raffle. Well, I don't want to have to pay anybody to take Mr. Milton because I'm too broke as it is. But I have a feeling Milton will be just fine. I'm not going to dump Milton. There we go. And Milton raffle. Yes. Okay. So, and speaking of little Milton, let me explain to you what has happened during the week. So let me switch over here to my view. All right. Thanks to Milton. Sunday and Monday, I was basically in the house with a sore leg and sore foot. And the last thing I wanted to do was mess with my truck. I was feeling better on Tuesday, so I started do a little bit, but then I got a work call for Wednesday. So Tuesday, I spent most of my time getting the van cleaned out and ready. Wednesday, I worked. Then, of course, Thursday was Thanksgiving, so there was no work. Now, usually, I would have friends invite me over to eat something, but all my friends are out of town. So I just basically ate here. And one of the things that I did, of course, was to try and work on the truck. But Thanksgiving or Thursday, we actually got rain. So about the time that I wheeled out my refrigeration recovery unit, took my toolbox out there, it started to rain a little bit. So I had to push it back in the house. Then the sun came out. So I took my toolbox out there, and guess what? It rained again. So it was like on and off, little bits of rain. And because I live in a really small house with a small yard, I don't have a garage or carport to work on anything. I have to work outside. So I decided on Thursday to just forget it and just stay in the house and do stuff inside the house, which is what I did. Then yesterday, Friday, I went outside to work on the truck. I took my refrigerant recovery unit out there, sucked all the refrigerant out, put that back in the house, got my toolbox, and it started to rain. And I went through the same cat and mouse back and forth. I had lunch, had some heart attack chicken, sat right here on the couch and fell asleep for an hour, which is unusual for me. And then I started watching YouTube videos, and then I went back outside. Then it started raining again. I said, forget it, I'm done. And that was it. And I was trying to scan photographs. In the time that I was in the house cleaning up, I found a bunch of old photographs from when I was a kid, and I was trying to scan them. And sadly, the scanner broke. I ran into problems there. So it's been kind of an issue, but what can you do? Let me see over here how the comments are. For Grandma, sounds like Milton isn't going anywhere. Yeah, Milton is fine. All right. And Jamet is here. Good morning, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. Well, good morning. Did you see Thomas's heart attack chicken fail? Yes, I did. I was actually on his live when that happened. Never saw him move that fast before. It was scary. I was kind of surprised when I saw it. The thing is, I couldn't comment because at the time that he had it on, I was going through boxes of stuff in my house. And then I heard what happened and he replayed it. I was like, it wasn't funny, but it was kind of interesting. So anyway, let's see here. All right. What is this? See, I put some videos. I even showed a video of Milton, how friendly he was. And you got to admit, he's a very, very cute cat. Really nice animal. I did a couple of ride and talks during the week. But my ride and talks get anywhere between 150 and 200 views. Not a lot. The shorts, they get anywhere between 500 and 1,000 views. But, there's a rain delay. There's some of the pictures that I found. So if you've been watching my channel, you can see that I am definitely doing it. Let's see. I got 35 people watching. That's actually quite good. Let me see if I can get this crazy thing to work again. All right, so we'll click that. All right. Now, to get the live chat to work, normally what you do, you simply pop out the chat. Now, I'm going to get rid of the old one right here. Let me get rid of this. Okay. And I'm going to try it again. So we'll go ahead, pop out the chat right there. Okay. And then once the chat is popped out, see, it's supposed to pop up like this when you, let's see here. So when you click this, it's supposed to pop up like that, which now it's doing. So maybe it'll work now. Let's find out. Okay, let me go back over here. Okay. Now I go over here to get overlay URL. It seems like it's working now. We copy this, and I'm going to go back to OBS. I'm going to go into the browser. No, I don't want to do that. I'm going to change this, and maybe it'll work. Okay, so I've changed it. Oh, come on. And it does not work. For some reason, the window disappeared. Okay, that's interesting. That is really interesting. Huh. Okay. I'll figure this out one way or the other. So I guess that window disappeared. Okay, let me see. Okay. Huh. Well, that is fascinating to me. Where'd it go? Okay, let me try this again. Get rid of that. There's got to be a trick to this. Pop out chat. Okay, let me show this again. Okay, now I noticed that it has, let me do this again here. All right, let me go right there. Now, when I do this, it disappeared. Aha. That's got to be what it is. Okay. All right. I'm wondering if that's what the problem is. It disappears. Huh. And now it doesn't work. Okay. So it's got to be something in this pop-out setting. It's probably a Google Chrome issue, knowing the way things are. Okay. So that is the problem. Okay. Let me see something. Something else. Okay. View page source. It's not coming up. Okay. Interesting. There's no word wrap, so I can't really see what's going on. It's fascinating. Okay. Well, Okay. Now let's see if it'll do it. Nope. That is just really odd. Huh. That window disappears, and that's why it's not working. It's definitely, it's got to be a Google Chrome. I wonder if this little AI crap is the problem. How in the world did that get there? I don't know. Whatever. Well, we'll do it a little bit differently here. What I can do is just play around with this thing. And I'll go here. And then I'll just move the whole thing. Let me go back to OBS. And let me change the browser settings to this one. Okay. All right, and that's what I get. Interesting. Okay. Well, it's doing something. Very odd. All right. Well, that is very strange. Okay. It is updating. Fascinating. It really is. Let me play with the settings here. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway. Crazy, right? Okay. Let me go back over here. All right. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and maximize this thing. All right. And then I'll work around their silliness. They're playing games with me all the time. All right. Well, if you can't beat them, join them, right? As long as you can hear me, you don't have to see me. Actually, what I could do, I could put my picture, I could actually put this right on top of it. Let's see, display capture. I could do that too. There's a few options here. All right. Okay. Young critters, teeth on stuff. All right. So we're back to the old things. Milton Raffle. There we go. Sounds like Milton isn't going anywhere. Okay. All right. Now we're back. Morning, Julie. All right. And Thomas says hello. Well, hello, Thomas. I hope that your skin is healing up from the very unpleasant experience with lard or tallow or whatever it was. Okay. Telling myself today. Anemic. Okay. I'm going to play around with this a little bit. How about that? Oh, I'll tell you, it's a challenge. Okay. There we go. Let's see what it looks like. Whoop. Okay. Where did my... Things are getting a little weird around here. Let me see. Let me go back over there. Okay. So we're going to pull this up. That looks more like it. And I will go ahead and reopen this. Okay. All right. So hopefully... 39 watching, only 5 likes. YouTube, there's a problem. I don't know if it's in CSS or what it is, but there's actually an issue with the likes not updating, but when you re-update, it goes back to what it should be. In bed, I'm on my way to Lowe's for pipe insulation. Aha. Well, I guess with the cold weather coming. Good morning, Rick and Milton fans. Well, good morning, Tammy. I had not stopped to eat, and I found chunks of raw heart in my hand. Looks so tempting, so I ate one. Well, there you go. Got some beef heart. That's good stuff. I like your rides and talk. When you see ducks or iguana, you start to drooling to catch and eat them. I love it. Well, I can't help. Temptation is really a problem. People talk about temptation when it comes to duck food, but I got temptation when it comes to actual ducks. It was better than carpaccio. Well, I'm glad you liked it. I don't want it is... I cleared out everything, the YouTube storage and whatnot, every Saturday morning. It takes me forever to type. I've been restarted the phone, and it only happens on Rick's. Well, I think the government is after me. I decided he's going to cook food like a modern person. There you go. Must be the CIA or FBI agent. Yes. I have a feeling that I'm being watched. The government wants to know what I'm doing. I don't know. I'm not a threat to them, but I guess they figure everybody will turn into a quack. I fed turkey bone broth to the cats and dogs. Trusted Mason's grandmother. Well, there you go. You're being surveyed, Rick. Yes. Turkey broth came out fabulous. I did my carcass yesterday. Awesome. What happened to yours? Probably the government spying on you. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Good morning, fellow quackers. Well, Peter is here. Good morning. Guess you'll catch me before work. Could have drank the bone broth, the local Miami government. Well, if the local Miami government hates me so much, they ought to just help me move. Because I want to get out of here. Then they can take this place and stuff 10 illegals in here in a black, white, and gray box. Good morning, Peter. How you feeling? AI crap. Yeah, I noticed it didn't pop up on mine until this week, so I don't know what's going on. The bones are like dust. Hi, Papa C. I left it in the crock pot. All right. Better safe than sorry. Okay. Let's see. All right, we'll get these comments. YouTube thinks that they kept me from the comments, but OBS came through for me. Can't you split screen? Well, I can. I restarted several times. It didn't work. What's up, guys? What's new today? Well, we'll find out. It is darker, but I'm feeling okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad that it wasn't only a minor burn. It wasn't a serious one. Need Mitch to fix it. Well, definitely Mitch would be the person to ask. I can tell you right now. Technical difficulties, we're all used to them. We need a topic, open, honest topic to discuss, Rick. Well, we'll get some. There's plenty of people here. Had to quit carnivore because I'm hyper responder and my APOB was high. Well, that's it. Carnivore diet's not for everybody. Some people need to make adjustments. Let's see. I'm finishing my last bit of my heart attack chicken. Third meal. I guess you could say I had a triple bypass. Well, the heart attack grill, they have the number of bypasses by the number of patties in your heart attack burger. Quadruple bypass is a Rick heart attack burger. Slept here, can't explain. Had some technical issues yesterday. Feel something bad. Thomas had a free sunburn. Yes, that's about what it is. Only care about... Okay, good. There he goes to Tampa. This is for relaxing. Then going, Okay, so with that being said, let me see. Oh, what did I do? Okay, I'm going to change the browser back. Let me try one more time. The problem is, if I go to this scene, at the moment that I go to overlay URL, oh, wait a minute. All right. As soon as I click this, boom, it disappears. See? That's what it is. At least I've isolated the source of the problem. I'm going to change the browser source, and let me go ahead and change the URL. Okay. And that's it. And now it's gone. So now how do I reset this thing? I don't know. Let me see something here. Oh, well. What can you do, right? I wonder if this actually, it changes, doesn't it? How do you refresh? Wait a minute. Okay. Let me see here. All right. Right. I'm going to eat bread, rice, fruits. Okay. How do trigs work, and so on. All right. So we got some comments going there. I'm going to try to, I've tried everything, but at least I have an idea what's going on here. For some reason, it's a Google Chrome issue. I'm pretty much guaranteed it is not a OBS issue, because as you can see, when I redid the browser link, it showed up the chat as a list. So that's it. But anyway, we can hop back and forth. That's not a problem. So let's see. Yeah. Heal. It didn't blister, so that's good. Mark has excellent video on that. Okay. Slowly adjusting to APOV friendly diet. Okay. What does it mean? Well, as far as I remember, APOB, isn't that a blood sugar marker? Red-nosed reindeer. It's the time of the season. Well, there you go. All right. You can see it when I go live. Well, there you are. And Thomas usually goes live later today, so I'm sure you can check it out. But glad to know you weren't seriously hurt. I got more of a redness from my beautiful cat, Milton, as you know. And I can show you it's definitely improving, but let's see here. Things all tangled up. This is my leg, and you can see this is the remains from what little Milton did with his claws or teeth. Whatever he hit right here must have been an artery of some kind, because it swelled up and there was a lot of blood coming out. And I think it went between the layers of the skin. But it doesn't hurt anymore. And the other part that Milton ripped up, this is about the extent of it. See, it's almost gone. It's been about a week. There's only a tiny little bit. This one is already healed. This was the deepest cut. There's a little bit over here. The swelling is gone. A couple of little scratches, but, you know, it's... The cat has really sharp claws. There we go. Yeah, good thing it wasn't in the eye. I don't think Milton would scratch my face, because every time that Milton looks at me, he usually goes, meow. Like, oh, I'm your little kitten. So, and he does sleep on the bed. He's been in there every night, you know, being a good kitty. And he opens the door. The cat is actually a little too smart for his own good. He figures out ways of opening the door to the bedroom, and he hops into the bed. And when I wake up in the morning, I hear the little burp, burp. As soon as you get near him, you touch him, he makes that cute little sound, which the only other cat I ever had that did that was my black cat. And speaking of original black cat and all that, I'll show you some of the pictures that I have in my collection that I was trying to scan, but my scanner, it decided to fail. I have no way of fixing that. I think it's probably a software issue. It could be a lot of things. But anyway, in fact, let me go ahead and try and see if I can get in there. Hold on a second. I'm going to go... let me go over here. All right, to my printer. And where's my keyboard? Here it is. All right, let me go over to my printer, which is not coming up. Okay. Again, another old piece of hardware. Who knows? Let me go back to my... Oh, it's turning on. I hear it. There it goes. Okay. All right. There we are. Let me adjust this a bit. Okay. All right. There it goes. Okay. It's a little bit low on the scan, but all right. It probably works. Okay. It kind of does, but it takes a while to go through its preview process. There we go. So I put a collection of pictures on there, but trying to get it, I was trying to figure out how to set up the network folder, and I had some issues with the network. But you can see an example of what I'm dealing with. We got some image previews here of the pictures I wanted to scan. And I have lots and lots of pictures in these boxes that my mom had saved. I used to have a negative scanner. I don't know where it is. It may have been gone bad or thrown out, but I did have. It was so old, it had a SCSI interface. That's how old it was. But anyway, that's what I was trying to do. I'll just show you some pictures on the camera. Now, where did my chat go to? Here it is. Okay, there we are. So let's see. That could have went south, yeah. Dangerous fat coming from sugar. You could powder your nose. 4 p.m. with culture. Yeah, well, Thomas usually has his lives at 4 p.m. So we'll be off of this long before then. And I don't know if Erin will have a live today or not. She usually has a live. So I don't want to interfere with anybody else's lives. So if you get bored with mine, you can just pop on to another one. And we have Marla Kelly saying, good morning all. All right. Thomas carved out a short of the dramatic moment. Yes, he did. A full horror film. And Juliet Edens is here. And Milton would say hi, but you know where Milton is right now? He's asleep on the recliner. I'll show you. Hey, Milton. Say hello. What a cute cat. Good boy. Hello. Oh, what a good kitty. So as you can see, Milton is not a bad boy right now. Okay, and retired Rick says declaw him. No, I'm not going to declaw Milton. I want Milton to have claws in case he has to encounter another cat or if he has to deal with something else. A declawed cat is totally helpless. And if another animal wants to bully on my Milton, he's going to find out the wrath of Milton. Because just like my first black cat, Milton is a total beast. Who is Coach Mavry? Ah, Steadfast 20-426. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Good morning. I guess that is Sharon. Okay. There we go. All right. You guys have no problem sleeping. I have no problem sleeping. No problem. He's just there staring. Yes, he is. You know, not changing because someone else is scared of what the body does. Good point, Feral Grandma. We all have to do our, as you say, experiments. Okay. I have live with George Jonathan. Let's see. Resting Witch Face and Carl Day at 4. I already apologized to Thomas, but getting 3 countries together was so hard. Well, at 4 o'clock, we're going to have to choose who to watch, and that's going to be a tough one. So, well, good to let us know. So you have your choice of lives that you can check out. No way you're eating fruits and carbs right. When I eat them, my body cracks. And again, it's all different between different people. I know people that could not be on the carnivore diet, and I know other people like me that have to be on the carnivore diet. Otherwise, we just have a total miserable life. If I was going to try to eat fruits and vegetables on a regular basis, I would get so sick. I would have gas, headaches, stomach aches, all that stuff. I can't do it. But I'm not the exception. I'm not the average person. I am the exception. How many people do you know that are my height and also my age and do what I do? So we all have to figure out what diet works for us. And it's kind of interesting because it's not the same for everyone. Okay, charging all my devices. Let me go back over here. Okay. And let's see. Foods which cause chronic inflammation now cause acute severe reactions after healing from carnivore. Yes, because it's your body giving you a warning. Okay. I always put on computer and phone. I'll have Thomas on my phone. Yes. And Virginia Harrington, good morning. Good morning. Rice biscuit. Yes. 1 plantain, fried lard here and there won't bother you, right? That is correct. What else? Fruits? Oranges, limes, citrus fruits don't bother me. I could eat a mango. It doesn't bother me. I just don't like the taste of it. What other fruits? Green bananas don't bother me as long as they're not too ripe. When bananas are too ripe, they make me throw up. I can eat Suriname cherries and loquats. Any of the little sour local fruits are fine, but anything that's really sweet, and believe it or not, I can eat watermelon as long as it's the kind with seeds in it. If I try to eat the seedless watermelon, I get really, really gassy. It's really an unpleasant experience. Get pains and gas. Okay. Morning, Amy. I do not think they had problems like this on Star Trek. Interesting. And everyone's saying hello to Amy because Amy has dropped in. And the strawberry poop gas is brewing as Amy is chatting. My body will no longer tolerate me killing myself. Yes. Hi, Terry, Rick, Sharon, Juliet. Well, there you go. Hi, Amy. Really enjoyed the family video. So fun. Was never a mango fan. I'm not your height, but I am 58 years old, 19 months before retirement. Well, that's good. You're lucky if you can retire. Some of us will probably never be able to retire. Okay, didn't see you. Hi, retired Rick. Hello, Amy. All right. Juliet, what is your live about? That's a good question. And Amy is here. All right. What's your favorite meat, Rick? Muscovy duck. Muscovy duck is my favorite meat of all time. Beef would be second. Could watermelon poop gas? Yes, it could be watermelon poop gas. Rotten watermelons have been added to the poop gas more than once. Strawberry poop gas. What are you doing? International Carnivores Unite. Yes, I agree 100%. Well, anyway, back to Crazy Rick. Bride's Biscuit says, I saw ducks on sale today. I'm going to treat myself this year. Well, you should. There's nothing like a big, fat, delicious duck. Speaking of duck, you remember that little bag of goodies that I got from the Hack Your Health? Well, I promised I was going to do a review on them. Now, Russ Mitchell said they were too fatty and they weren't good. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and open the bag right here on camera for those of you that are here. And I'm going to let you know what I think about the duck cracklins. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Let me get it over here. Okay. Now, where did I put that bag? Okay, it's here in the little box. Okay. All right. And let's see. Hi, Rick and Milton from Annabella. Hello. Josephine Cowley. Howdy, Rick. The Quack Man. Yes. I guess roasted like a chicken. I know the skin is fatter. Yes. You can also fry your duck if you have enough lard or tallow. And Ricky Lee Carnivore says good morning. And good morning from the other Rick. And hello. Hi, everyone. All right. So it's a shame that my chat overlay is broken. But at the very least, you can still see the comments. I'll just let this run. Hi, Josephine. I'm just in time. Quack, quack, quack. Is there such a thing as too much fat? I don't know. Depends on the person. Not for me. Finally, a review we can use. Morning, Ricky Lee. And let me switch back to the camera so you can see what I have here. This was in the goodie bag they gave me. It says Carnivore SNAX, Sunax, Duck Cracklings. There's that four-letter word. You know, not all four-letter words are bad. If you replace the F with a D, you turn a nasty word into a delicious word. D for delicious. Duck. Only 2 ingredients, meat and salt. So let's go ahead and open up the Carnivore Snacks Duck Cracklins. So it's easy to open, as you can see. We'll peel this off. There we go. And now we're going to open it up. Let's see. Doesn't really smell like anything. What is this? This doesn't look edible. You probably don't want to eat this. All right. And Milton, Milton woke up. Look at this. Hey, Milton. Look at Milton. You want some duck? Uh-oh. I think we have someone here that likes duck cracklins. You want some, Milton? You want a duck cracklin? There you go. No? Not bad. Hey, Milton. It's actually pretty good. Milton, what are you doing? Look at Milton. He's so cute. Not bad. These are actually very good. Oh. Oh, yeah. And the best thing about them, there's plenty of fat. They are not dry. They're flavorful. And they're not too salty. That's a good thing. Good. Now, there is a problem. I have no idea what these things cost. They probably cost way too much. And they're not paying me to do this. It's just I happened to get it because it was put in our goodie bag. It's only 5 ounces. I could easily blow through this in no time. Nice. So let's see what the macros say over here. All right. It says 200 calories. Let's get some light on the situation because I'm using these incandescent light bulbs that don't produce a lot of light. All right, so what do we got here? Saturated fat, 6 grams. Total fat, 17 grams. Cholesterol, 50 milligrams. Nice. Sodium, 130 milligrams. But how big is the serving size? It's 1 ounce. It says it has 5 servings per container. All right. So, since this is Rick's live stream, you have a pretty good idea that this will all be gone in one sitting. So let's multiply that by 5. So that 200 calories is actually 1,000 calories in the bag. That's more like it. So I could knock this out in no time. Duck cracklings. Nothing like a heart attack in a bag. This is a lot better than that disgusting carnivore bar sample they were giving out. Those things were nasty. Real nice. Love it. That is really good. Oh, yeah. I don't know why Russ didn't like it. He said it was too fatty. It's not fatty at all. Just right. Made with meat sustainably raised in the USA. Now, this is very similar to the dried meat that I made for Milton when I was on vacation. It was pretty good. But anyway, this was included in a gift bag. Would I buy it? No. I don't have that kind of money. If I'm going to have that stuff, I'm going to have to make it myself, which means I'm going to have to go to the canal with a net, catch the duck, and then I'm going to have to fatten him up for about a month, and that's it. All right. So let's see what we got here. I'm sure somebody will post how overpriced this crap is. Because the thing I've noticed, anything that's promoted at any kind of conference or promoted on the internet is going to be at least 4 times what it is, what it should be. Because everyone, it's like a multi-level marketing. Every one of these influencer and, internet or whatever, that's crazy. So let's see. Let's see what this crap costs. Let me go back over here to the comments. All right, I see someone has already mentioned it. All right, let's see. Let's go back in these comments. There's a lot of comments. We got some hellos. Quack, quack, quack. Yes. Is there such a thing as too much fat? No. Finally, a review we can use. And let's see. We got these and these and these and watching a great thriller. Okay, paused it. Lard is easy because there's always bacon grease. Yes, tallow not as easy and not cheap to buy. Well, it is if you hit the dumpster behind Presidente and you get the beef trimmings. Our friend Peter, Papa Carnivore, figured out the Bravo supermarket sells them to you really cheap. Okay, we see the comments anyway. Yes, that is very true. Okay, I just want to put it there because sometimes YouTube doesn't replay the comments, even though I specify replay the comments. YouTube hates me. I know it. I mean, for years they've hated me. Wagyu beef? Oh, yeah, well, Wagyu beef is pretty good if you like it. I'm not really that crazy about it. I'd rather have the tougher cuts of beef. I like something I can chew on. The Wagyu beef, all the flavors in the silica gel. Yes, there you go. I'll have what Quack's having. Rick and duck cracklings. There we go. My black cat loves pork rinds, and so does my little Milton, who is missing in action. Milton has left the building. All right. My keto coach gave me a bag of those to try ribeye flavor. They were delicious. Okay. And let's see. Milton will like them. What's the ingredients? Duck and salt. Yes. Sound crunchy? Yes, they are kind of crunchy. I've been in a stall. Haven't gained or lost since the end of August. I wonder if I'm out of healing or I need to cut back on all the fat. You know what, Retired Rick? You may have to cut back on the fat. There's some other people there that they've been making videos. A person that normally holds fat, you might have to get into the so-called calorie counting and cut the fat macros. It's possible. But for somebody like me, I can eat whatever I want. Don't follow my example because, trust me, if you follow my example, you're going to gain weight. I guarantee it. Out of promotion. Let's see. Top teeth won't do any good. Okay, no top teeth. Oh, wow. I don't know if you got dentures or whatever, but Lizzie, Retired Rick, joined the club. Carrie made a video. I saw that. And I commented on it too. I swear it sounded like you talking. Well, maybe some of my attitude is rubbing off on Carrie, which would be a good thing because Carrie's a popular guy. He's a lot better looking than me. So people will follow him. They won't listen to me. They'll look at me and go, this guy's nuts. I'm not going to listen to him. I go by hormones. That's a good point. Hormones still a little broken, yet the body will probably, yeah, that's probably true. Rick is drilling. The price is quality, and there we'll see refined. What does refined coconut oil mean? Refined coconut oil is basically using heat to distill the coconut oil. Milton, sometimes you can also do it through cold. What? Coconut oil can be made simply by blending up coconut meat, heating it up, and then filtering it, and then letting it cool, and the pure coconut oil goes to the top. That would be the refined coconut oil. I'm not saying how long. Stall. Okay. He likes it, Mikey. There we go. Okay, now, Polish Mike, I haven't seen you for a while. Good you're here listening. How can people afford this? It's just regular dehydrated meat. If I want a quick snack, I would buy a pack of ground beef and just have that. And I agree. But you and I, as carnivores, I don't think we ever snack. It's always a meal. And Amy says, my body is healing, I'm sure, too. Plus, I've had 2 pinched nerves in my spine last week. Could barely move. Oh, wow. Okay. Replay this for a great commercial. Well, don't replay all of it because nobody will buy it. Everyone's here, 43 watching. They sound great. I got to watch the end of this movie. Hopefully be back in a few. Okay. Breakfast of Champions. There you go. And now here's the kicker. $17.58 for the duck cracklings on Black Friday sale. $17.58. Unbelievable. What is it, Milton? Milton? What? What do you want? What? You have food? I fed you. You silly cat. Oh no, the canal. The canal is a lot cheaper. Okay, 5 ounce, that's rough. Yes. Good grief, that's too expensive. I agree. Love the pork and cracklings called chicharron. Yes, they have that here too in Miami. Baked in coconut oil. I'm surprised they use coconut oil. You can just bake it as it is. Those poor ducks at the canal. Here he comes. All good things are expensive. That's not true. Muscovy duck is free. Parking lot chicken is free. Ribeye flavor is $32 a bag. Wow. That's nuts. I'll snack on ribeyes. Yeah, exactly. So this will never catch on. Okay. Right? You're better off getting a pound of raw ground beef and snack on that. It's like 4 or 5. Now, I won't eat the raw ground beef because I don't trust it. If I'm going to eat something raw, I'll grab some of the heart or grab some of the steak. I will never eat any raw ground beef because who knows how many nasty bacteria and whatever is in there. But when it comes to raw meat, I'm not against it, especially if it's from a large cut. I've eaten a lot of raw chuck steak. When you buy the large cut, what I do is the internal pieces that haven't been exposed to the air, I'll eat those raw occasionally. I not snack, so no real interest. Of course, it's pricey, yes. Okay. Duck snacks is $17.58. Still not as much as a carnivore boar. That's another one. And yeah, all marketing is multi-level when you get down to it. That's true, but it's more extreme. And I'll show you some other examples of overpriced crap that people sell. Jerky is really easy to make and way cheaper. That's right. Finally cold in Texas. Yes, I wish it would get cold in Florida, but it just doesn't seem to. I think if you're lean, you can overdo fat. Well, I can't. I can eat as much fat as I want and there's no problem, but I'm an exception to the rule. Thank you for sharing it in name only. It was great. How are you? Okay. Cook 4 pounds of bacon. Yes. Kind affiliate. Keto chow, salt, electrolytes. I know Chris and Minion Bar Bear personally, the owners. They're good people. I believe in them. Is it required? But okay. The recording sounded like you, Rick, not Carrie. Huh, really? That's interesting. Okay, all the channels have been talking about duck food and keto chow. So other people are using the term duck food. That's good. I hope it catches on. Because it really makes it funny when you can tell somebody, do you want to eat that? Nah, it's duck food. I'm not going to eat that. It's like chicken feed. When something was cheap, they called it chicken feed. Here we go. Hello. Hey, Neil's Hand Dynasty. From the Finance Channel. How are you doing? My silver, platinum, crystallized osmium. Well, there we go. Glad to see you here on my channel. Welcome and enjoy. I'm getting a chihuahua. Nice. 47 watching, 5 likes. I'm sure there's more likes than that. Let me check it out. Jonathan's here. There we go. I heard you're going to be on a live later. So if anyone sees this and Jonathan's on a live, I'm instructing you, sort of the way Bar K would instruct somebody, that you need to watch any live that Jonathan is on because I'm going to be watching it as well. Hi, Juliet. Look at those actresses from that time and think they are real beauties. Not Dr. Well, even back then they had makeup and I'm sure they had a lot of attention. Hey, Milton, what do you want? Oh, my goodness. Milton jumped on me. Okay. I see 31 likes. Yes. Yes. It has to be updated. Chihuahuas are cute. Boy, the comments are strong today. Let me tell you, they are really strong. All right. So what I'm going to do, let me see. Okay. Get made dog food. Yes, Jerry made dog food. Okay. 1800s. All right. Is that the lady that was on yesterday? Milton, what are you doing up there? Get off of there. Come on. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Hello, Milton. Okay. All right. Hi, Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan says he's not on anyone's live later. I don't know. Somebody said that Jonathan was on a live. Oh, well. My mistake. Getting one young and making sure. Okay. So anyway, I've caught up pretty much with the comments. Oh, John Hasten is on my live. Carnivore Muscles. Okay, so you're going to schedule him coming on soon. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, good. So he's not on later. You're not going to get punished by the carnivore muscle guy. Butcher the living crap out of his name on the thumbnail. Okay. Chatting extra to make up for being so busy yesterday. That's fine. Just refresh Rick. It is now 50 watching, 40 likes. Yes. That's because I have the best of the best when it comes to, yeah, Jonathan Johansson is Hack Your Health got hit by the car. And I remember seeing that. That was, okay, what happened? Now I can't even, what? Milton, stop that. Milton, what are you doing? Get off of there. Milton. Milton, you have plenty of food. What is wrong with you? You're just mad at me because I'm not giving you full attention. Yes, Norse Carnivore, that is correct. Yes, the best chatters. All right, let me go back to this. It really is a shame that the stupid chat overlay quit working. And CB Carmack says, Jonathan, you forgot you are on Joe Rogan later. Oh, there you go. I have a feeling that Joe Rogan is just a corporate shill anyway. He would never put any of us on there. So let's have some more of the overpriced carnivore snacks, duck cracklings. I'll finish this bag in no time. All right. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. That's it. Okay. Changes handle from Norse to ancestral clarity. There we go. Joe and I go way back. Silly me to forget. Yeah, right? All right. Quack, quack, quack. Funny thing is, it doesn't even taste like duck. And believe me, I know what duck tastes like. Not bad. Oh, yeah. If Jonathan is on Rogan, I will watch. And you know what? I've never watched a Joe Rogan podcast in my entire life. The last time that I remember seeing Joe Rogan was when he was on a show called Fear Factor, where they had people eating bugs and all kinds of weird stuff. Of course, when I watched that show, I'm like, you're making people eat this stuff raw and nasty. Why don't you cook it up for them? I mean, there are ways of making bugs taste delicious. It's like escargot. Have you ever had escargot? I have. I turned a garden pest problem into delicious escargot. It took a few days to clean them out, but boy, did they cook up tasty. And of course, they were cooked with butter. So you know those escargots were delicious. Oh, yeah. Well, the bag is empty. I finished my overpriced carnivore snacks. And if, like Russ said, if he would have known that, I would have traded him the tortilla chips, which I gave to a friend of mine, for the carnivore snacks duck cracklings. So I just put 1,000 calories of duck cracklings into my system, in addition to the 4 eggs and the little bit of pork I had for breakfast. I'll be having probably heart attack chicken for lunch, although there's nothing really on sale that I can find, so I don't know. It's been pretty slim pickings at the store lately. Anyway, hold on a second. Let me see if I can. I'm going to try one more thing with this chat. Nope, that's not going to work. Oh well, screw it. I'll deal with it another day. All right. You going to be working on the truck today? I hope so. Milton, are you talking to me? Did we lose Rick? No. No elevator music on sub? No. $25 cases of beer. Others, there's a bag of duck food. There you go. Whack. Okay. I tried to restart the browser again to see if I could get the chat overlay to come up, and it will not. So I gave up. I think it's kind of interesting how that disappears as soon as you make a change. It's crazy. Let's see. What is that? Let me see something else here. It's got to be, from what I can tell, it's got to be a Google Chrome problem. And I noticed before that AI crap popped up, it worked fine. So what I may have to end up doing is completely reinstalling the Google Chrome browser, because that's the one that it works with. Or maybe I can find an overlay to work with the Mozilla browser, which is the other one I have on this computer. So I will experiment with it until I find something that works, and then I'll do it. Okay. All right, restore chat. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. Okay. What did I do here? All right. Let me go back. Okay, let me go back to the other scene. All right. Do it like that. Okay, where did my comments go this time? They're here somewhere. All right. Okay, there we go. That is correct. We'll go through these comments because I've already been through them. Okay, come on. Almost. We dream big, under talk, over deliver. There we go. Okay. Was meant to have a buyer for my old red chair, selling for $30. Okay. Karen didn't show up. Fermented wheat drink beer to slaves. Yes, that's correct. You have to realize that when they give you food based on seeds, you're basically like a bird, which doesn't have a lot of value. So they feed their slaves crap. Now, I'm against the whole concept of slavery, but if I was one of them rich people and I had so-called slaves, I think I'd be the exception to the rule. I'd make sure that they had plenty of steak. That way they could work harder and be healthier. But that's just my opinion. Who knows? I got here late. Did you get a new computer? No, I haven't got one yet. It's in the works, but prices have been a little volatile, and I am still looking around. I still got to decide what I'm going to do. The computer fund is sitting there waiting for me to get the computer. I'm still using the old one for now. Okay. It was cleaner or less likely to kill someone if consumed. Okay. Interesting. Oh, Cindy's here. Hello. Okay. I never understand how people just no show or don't keep commitment. That's true. I was last night at my cousin's house. M15 was still not prepared, so my dad and I left. I avoided duck foods. Well, that's good. Hello, Juliet. There we go. It's bizarre. Okay. Let me see this here. Hold on. It's interesting how this works. Huh. Yeah, this is a very strange way this thing scales out. All right. Okay. Let's see. Hello, Cindy. Fermented drink was called cerveza. Well, cerveza is a Spanish name for beer, but not the same as what they gave Jesus on the cross, the vinegar and water. Okay. Hello, Karen. I would have left too, 9:15. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty late for dinner. I bought a mini gaming PC. It's been great so far. It has an Intel i9 processor and 32 gigabyte RAM and 1 terabyte storage. It was under $500. Well, that's good. Mini gaming PC. But there's a debate between Intel and AMD processors, and then in terms of the graphics, the GPU, I don't know what that one's using, if that's NVIDIA or if that's Intel or what the heck it is. So you have to send me the specs. And it looks super slick. Okay. Thanksgiving meal preparation was immense. So much work we gave. Okay. Huh. The young man enjoyed it, though. Well, that's good. I didn't do anything special because I just had heart attack chicken and I had pork for dinner. I'll have to, I haven't really been buying a lot of beef because it's so expensive, so I've had to sort of cut back. The cheapest I can find is $3.99 a pound at Gordon Foods, so I may have to go there and pick up a couple of rolls. But I wasn't spending any money because I had to get all my money together for my property tax bill, which I paid. That's another thing I did, I think on Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember when I was able to ride the bike. It might have been Tuesday. Okay, anyone here near Hutto, Texas? Vacuum sealing my chorizo today. It's good to know. I wish Grandma, it has an integrated graphics in the CPU. Okay, so it's Intel graphics. I don't know. I've heard different good and bad things about that. It'd be interesting to see how something like that would work with the OBS, because really what I'm looking for a computer, I don't play games. What I need is something that can do video editing and something that can run the OBS without overloading. And I'm able to run it on this old computer relatively well. I don't have too many problems, but I haven't had any multi-streaming or anything like that. I'm not going to be using the StreamYard or those other paid services. They're just too much money. So what I want to do is multi-stream directly through YouTube and do a YouTube collaboration or something like that. We'll figure it out. Milton. Yep. I heard a couple of meows over there. You defrosted that meat mess, all cleaned up. Okay. A few small slices of baguette bread loaded up with butter during the day. I'll never understand the appeal of bread. I always think about bread as like prison food, bread and water. Steak and water is the food for kings. Bread and water is the food for slaves and prisoners. I just bought a gaming laptop for streaming at my job. Okay. I built a gaming PC for my daughter using integrated graphics and CPU AMD. It works fine for her. Well, there you go. What I'm going to have to do is get everyone that has been building computers recently, because it's been a decade or more since I built myself a computer. And let me know what you use in terms of hardware, and if anyone has been using OBS or video editing with their computer, I would be very interested, because I want to go ahead and get the parts. What I'll probably do is wait a little bit until the whole holiday nonsense is over and then just buy the parts I need. Then I can start the new year with a brand new computer. I generally use Linux, so I want to have a system that is compatible, driverized with Linux, so the GPU and all that will work flawlessly. That's what I want to do. I have Windows on one computer. I just don't use it that often. Okay, only sourdough bread is good. However, only eat it once a year maybe. And this is Tim, Odd Fitness, who's not a carnivore, but is definitely into fitness and whole foods. And I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you join in. I know you're 3 hours behind over there, so you must be getting up pretty early. You're probably like me. You get up around 6 a.m., between 6 and 7, because it would be, 6:30 over there? 6, maybe 7:30. I'm not sure the exact time difference, but I know that there's definitely a time difference. And DS111 says, I want to go to prison to be able to enjoy more bread. I just don't get it. I don't know why people like bread so much. Now, I can tell you that I made bread. My dad was a big fan of bread, especially whole wheat bread. And I showed him how to make sourdough. So I did do that, but I don't know. The one I bought went back up to $800, but I found another with same specs for under $500. Okay. It's just a matter of hitting the right one. That's the trick. And we have a hello to Juliet from Tim. Get the Intel. There we go. All right. So Jonathan recommends Intel. I have 2 friends that recommended AMD. So we're getting votes in here. I haven't decided yet, but I think Intel works pretty good with Linux, which is what I use. There was some issue. I don't know. Again, how do I know? It's been 10 years since I built myself a computer from new parts. Everything I've had since then has been what I can find in the trash. I have PSI gaming laptop. I don't game, but it's strong enough for me to watch live streams or YouTube videos. Okay, well, but when you run OBS, sometimes you run into problems. The processor picks up. Yes, sir. Yes. Have you tried sourdough? Yes, not only have I tried it, but I've made it. I have tried rice. I was fed a lot of brown rice as a kid, and I've eaten white rice, and I hate both of them equally. I think that rice is basically just nothing. It's just filler. It would be like, the stuffing you put in the turkey. It's just to fill space. Rice is a food that allows peasants to feel like they've eaten something when they really haven't. And I noticed that the only time that rice tasted good is when it was cooked with meat. For example, Cubans, they like arroz con pollo, which I think is disgusting because anytime Cubans cook chicken, it's nasty. But they do have a pork and rice, which is actually pretty good. Okay, so it's 7:30, and you're in Colorado, right? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it's okay. It's 2 hours behind. That's correct. I built her a solid PC with monitor, keyboard, mouse under $400. She plays popular games, use it for college, no problem. Well, there you go. But in order for me, I like to run. Well, I've used Pitivi video editor. I've also used Kden Live, and I'm going to try the one everybody else is using, which is what the heck is that called? DaVinci Resolve. So anyway, I'm a Nopix fan. Real geeks understand the value of booting to a USB drive. Well, that's true. Normally, I like to use an SSD for booting, and then I'll use whatever else for data storage. I'm still using motorized hard drives because, again, we're in the poorhouse here temporarily. Is it easy to make sourdough? It is. The trick is you have to feed your sourdough starter culture. And it's sort of like making sauerkraut, except instead of making sauerkraut, you're basically fermenting the wheat. And the fermentation can last for quite a while. And your sourdough starter can last technically forever as long as you feed it right. And all the time that my dad was alive, I still have the bread makers that my dad used. My dad loved bread. Bread was like his thing. But he liked whole wheat bread. And the problem with whole wheat bread, it doesn't rise much. if you use a standard flour, it's kind of useless. But what I did, I got my dad into the whole like traditional thing. So we were able to make sourdough, and we were able to get organic grains. We actually had a source. They would sell the whole wheat with everything in it, organic. And it was from one of those oddball health food stores that, I mean, it's gone now, but it was over there off of US 1 for years. They closed it. Now everybody goes to Whole Paycheck, which is a ripoff. I don't think half that stuff's even really organic. And we would blend some other things in there. Believe it or not, as weird as it may seem, I started putting dried fruit in the sourdough starter to make it more bubbly, because whole wheat bread is very, very hard. I used to joke with my dad. I said, "What are you doing, making bricks and ceiling tiles?" Because his breads were so hard. It was terrible. So we learned how to do it, and I made sourdough bread, and I continued to make it for a little while for my mom because she liked bread as well. But what I started doing, I started making heart attack bread instead. And initially my mother knew the difference, but as she got older and sicker, she didn't know the difference. So I was able to ditch. I think I threw the sourdough culture out in the yard. I asked everybody if they wanted it, and they're like, "What do I want that for?" I said, "It's a sourdough culture. You like bread?" But I think most people, they like to go to a place that has bread. In fact, there's this stupid place down the street called Panera Bread. And Panera Bread is basically frozen crap that they heat up. It's not even real bread, so who knows? But it's a lot of work for nothing. Why would you waste your time fermenting and rolling and baking and all that crap when you could just throw a steak on your engine or heat it up and be done with it? And he says, "Good morning, whole chat." Well, good morning, Tim. Dante liked the duck snack. Well, of course he did. And of course, Dante is a little bit more connected, so I'm sure he gets sponsorships, which I don't. No one's ever going to sponsor me because I'm going to trash their company. Sure, I like the carnivore snacks, but I ain't paying $18 for a 5-ounce bag of something I could whip up myself. In fact, I could grab a big fat Muscovy. I'll have to fatten him up for a month. But once I've cooked up that delicious duck meat, that tastes 10 times better than carnivore snacks. All right, the mischief potential of booting to a 3.5 floppy is high. I still have some of my old computers that booted from a 3.5 floppy. Mine is Intel. Too much better. Okay, so we have 2 votes for Intel. So I know 2 people that like AMD. Now I know the 2 like Intel. Rice is purely carbohydrates and nothing else. Yes. And it's actually better to eat the white rice because the brown rice has all those phytates and lectins and all the other crap that used to give me horrible diarrhea and stomach pains. The one I bought is upgradable. I got it for video editing ulti. I don't game. Well, there you go. I use brown rice as a decent carb with eggs, and it's super good. I use DaVinci Resolve. That's what I want to use once I get the computer together. Look at Most Demanding App and get it on minimum. Yeah, exactly. I just need to find something that works well with Linux. Whole Paycheck, yes. I saw the vid when you're beautiful, Rick. Oh, thank you. Yes, I have the pictures. I can show you some of them. And I actually do have an 8.5 floppy, believe it or not. I pulled off of one of those computers I took out. When do people should eat carbs? Well, it depends on the person. I don't eat carbohydrates other than what you get in cheese and butter and all that because it doesn't work for me. I find them to be a low quality, which I don't need. I'm not trying to get big and muscular. I don't care. What I want to do is remain healthy and strong and flexible. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to impress anybody with toothpick arms. But on the other hand, nobody can get into some of the positions that I do. In fact, I got a vegan friend that she practices yoga. And I can bend more than she can. You know, she's trying to do these things and looking at this 6'6" guy that is 57 years old and can get in these positions. That lotus position that they get in, they struggle with. Oh, that's no big deal. I can do that. And a lot of times I'll work squatting down and get up and no problem. So for me, it's fine. But some people, especially those that they may have a different genetic background, they seem to do fine with the carbohydrates, especially when they're younger. When they get older, things may change. But The other thing, too, if you have a choice between starving to death because you can't get meat and eating plant-based carbohydrates, I do believe it's better to eat the plant-based carbohydrates than to starve to death. Because we humans, we can go for seasons and eat nothing but plant material. That's how we've survived for thousands of years. I mean, think about it. Look at people in North Korea. I mean, they're thin and they're weak and small, but they're surviving. And there's an island somewhere out in the Atlantic where there's like 800 people living on 3 acres. They don't have access to ruminant meat. I mean, they eat fish. They really don't have a lot of vegetables either. Humans can survive on a lot of different things. So if all you have available is carbohydrates, you're going to have to eat that. And the thing is also, you can stretch your carnivore diet by adding selected plant foods. It's like I do. When I can't get the beef that I like, I eat more pork and chicken and I add sauerkraut to it. Because if I don't eat sauerkraut to it, I don't feel as good. My energy level is not normal. I just don't feel good. What is it? It's plant material? Sure. It's fermented for a month, so I don't know how much actual carbohydrates is left there, but it's fine. And again, even people that are on the ketogenic diet can eat certain amount of carbohydrates and they're fine. Some people, like my friend that was ex-vegan, do better on a diet with whole food carbohydrates rather than the pure carnivore diet, which made him feel like crap, gave him a rash, and killed his energy. So, and I know it's unpopular because they might say, well, Rick, you're carnivore. You've been eating meat for... Yes, I am. But I'm the exception to the rule. I'm not the average person. There's nobody else in any community that's anywhere near what I am. Tall, skinny, wacky, mad scientist. You're not going to find anyone like Rick. You'll find other people that have sort of lookalikes and similarities, but that's it. And it all depends on the person. Some people would find what I eat to be disgusting. Eating an iguana that I grabbed when I was on a bike ride would be enough to make some people throw up. But me, I crave it. I love iguana. I find it to be a delicious meat. All right, so let's go ahead and hit the comments again. All right, let's see here. And Tim says, the price of food, what it takes just to survive, is becoming ridiculous. I don't understand why food has to cost nearly as much as rent every 2 weeks. I'm so angry lately. And I agree. This is something that I agree with 100%. Now, for me, the cost of food is still less than property tax. Property tax costs me more than all my other expenses combined. And getting rid of this dumpy house is going to fix that problem, especially if I move to agricultural property where that's a lot less. But it costs me double what I used to. I used to be able to eat for $10 a day. Now I'm lucky if I can eat for $15 a day, more like 20. So, but because I don't buy any packaged foods, it's very hard for them to play the game with shrinkflation. Everything I buy is by the unit or by the pound. I do not buy any fruits or vegetables from the store. If I eat any plant material, it's stuff that I've foraged from my own yard or a trusted source. So that's pretty much how that goes. During serious famine, let's see. My sister, who is 70, doesn't have trouble getting up and down, whether sitting on the floor or squatting, and she is keto. Well, there you go, see? And let's see. Toto, I'm not sure who this is. Kimchi blasts the gut. Is that good or bad? I don't know. All right. Eccentric vibes, this mirror. Adding daily 2 scoops of creatine for energy, recommended by a friend. Well, that's another thing. And the thing is, my vegan friends, these are vegans, 100% vegan. Her son is a fitness fanatic. He looks really good. I mean, looks really healthy. But he takes a lot of creatine. He uses vitamin B and a bunch of supplements. The guy takes at least, he showed me his list of supplements. He's got about 12 bottles that he's using to make up for the vegan diet. So creatine is really good, and the way they make it is technically vegan. So that's something you can take. And a lot of people do need to take supplements, especially vegans. I don't take supplements, but I'm the exception to the rule. Do I pay a price for it? Yes, I'm skinny. I don't have the kind of physique that would drive the girls wild, but you know what? I don't care because I'm not interested in anyone admiring me for the way that I look. What I'm interested in is mental and physical performance. Like, I'm going to change the engine of my truck by myself. I can fix my own home. I can learn things. I can make things happen. That's what I want. And especially to be able to speak clearly for long periods of time without the pauses, the word whiskers, and all the other nonsense. It's great. So this works for me, but it may not work for you. And Tim says, sauerkraut is that super testosterone combo. That is why you feel better. And you're right. Nobody like you, Rick. Definitely one of a kind, eating the best iguana, dumpster chicken, and turkey. Yes, that is true. But, you know, my physique is not going to impress anyone like Dr. Sean Baker. He can take his shirt off and impress anyone. I take my shirt off and they think that a 30-year-old vegan is having anorexia. All right. My cousin, 60-something, shows bad health symptoms. Tofi falls asleep after drinking a beer, poor mental focus, and bad food preferences. And the problem is this person probably will never recognize how unhealthy they are. I've been under $7 a day for 3 months. I focus on pork and chicken, ground beef and eggs. Also, I am not 6'6". Yes, that is very true. 60-something husband. And the problem is a lot of people in their 60s think that they're over the hill and they're going to decline. But from the people that I've known and seen, you should be very healthy at least until your 70s. Once you hit 70, then you start falling apart. But you can slow that down too through plenty of activity and whole food eating. Even if you're not carnivore, don't eat the garbage. Don't eat the duck food. Duck food is made from seeds mostly. Anything made from seeds, bird seed, is duck food. If you just avoid food made from seeds, you will do better. Does that mean that you can eat fruit? Yes, it does. There are certain fruits that people can eat. And fruits are not just the sweet stuff. There's other things. There's fruits like plantains and tomatoes. Tomatoes, I mean, some people say some of them are sweet, but some people are allergic to tomatoes because they're nightshades. However, fermentation can also make these foods edible. Now, I don't eat roots, leaves, stems, or seeds, but I do eat fermented leaves and I do eat some fermented roots. And what is a fermented root? Well, think about garlic and onions. My dad used to be a big garlic eater. I hate the stuff, makes you smell bad. But what I started doing to preserve garlic, I started fermenting garlic in salt water. You can have garlic last for months. In fact, I've had it last almost a year fermented. And when your friends get together and they want to have a pacemaker pizza with a traditional tomato sauce, instead of cooking the tomatoes intensely, I ferment them. Then I use a screen to push the pulp through. The seeds are used for the garden. They can grow new tomatoes, and the skins are thrown in the compost pile. The tomato paste is then mixed with fermented onions and garlic. After the pacemaker pizza dough, which is basically eggs, cheese, and chicken breast, is deep fried into a semi-crunchy state, I put the raw fermented sauce on top of it and then add the cheese. Put it in the oven quickly to melt the cheese. Sometimes I've used a heat gun, one of those hair dryers, to melt the cheese with the ground beef toppings. And if they want mushrooms, they can get that too, whatever. And when they enjoy their pacemaker pizza, they say it's better than any regular pizza. And there's plant material in there. Do I eat it? Generally, no. Can I eat it? Yes. When I make my own pacemaker pizza, it's just basically ground beef, cheese, and some sardines. It's super meaty, but when my friends are together, we share the pacemaker pizza along with the fermented tomato, onion, and garlic sauce. And guess what? It doesn't bother me. I don't get sick from it. A regular pizza will give me violent diarrhea in 3 hours and stomach issues. Pacemaker pizza, even with the plant material, no problem. I feel just fine. So explain that. I don't know. And we have a hello to Thomas. Good example of why you want to stay on the path you're on. Okay, so we're asking a question to DS. And let's see. My female cousin is extremely bloated in her abdomen. That's a bad sign. It's like all the guys that I know, their waistline is different than their stomach. Mine's the same. I can slide my pants up or down, and there's no difference. But I find it very, very ugly, let's put it that way, when someone has a gut hanging out. There is no excuse for that, even if you're like me and do no exercise. You should never have a big gut. A little bit of body fat isn't bad. That doesn't mean, you don't have to have six-pack abs because you want to have some fat. I have 15% body fat myself, and I'm skinny. I've never been single-digit body fat. I've never been like my bodybuilder friends that are 7, 8, 9%. No. The lowest I've ever been is like 14%. I'm healing in my 60s. Yes. Definitely feel better from any time 40s. See what I mean? And again, if you look at some of my subscribers, they're in their 60s. They look absolutely fit and healthy. We are Lurkers Thomas. Yes, Kitchen Witch. You are. How about tea? Again, it's like coffee. Can you tolerate it? If you can tolerate it, go ahead and drink it. I really don't think that's going to kill you. It's because it's so well cooked. You're destroying most of the plant toxins. Yeah, there's chemicals like caffeine and whatever else, but I don't drink it. But if you want to, it's fine. When I used to eat regular food, my mom would give me chamomile tea to reduce digestive issues, and it worked. So if you're on a mixed diet, coffee and tea might be a good thing. And Retired Rick is still lurking here. Yes, that's good. Can fruit do that to your waistline? It can if you overdo it. Eat a bunch of sugary fruit. I think those fat came from processed food, really, and juices. It could be. It could be. Whole fruit, you can only eat so much. I can't imagine a person, and I know fruitarians are some of the skinniest and sickliest people I've ever seen, and they're gorging themselves with bananas and mangoes and all this other stuff. But again, even though they're lean, they don't look healthy. I mean, at least me, I'm lean, but I don't look sickly. I don't look like a person who's ready to just drop dead. Everyone that I've seen that was a fruitarian, they look really bad. And on top of that, they sort of let themselves go. They all grow these shaggy beards. They let their hair grow long. They don't take a bath. I don't know. They just kind of destroy themselves. I think bloating from eating plant fiber does that. It could be. It definitely could be. And Kitchen Witch 1885 now says, morning Ricksters. Well, good morning. Glad you've made yourself known. Tea is much higher in oxalates than coffee, so I avoid. Well, that's a good point right there. Although a lot of the oxalates are broken down by heat, but again, it might be a good idea to, okay, I added 2 packets of Atora. Did our troll leave? I don't know, probably. But they come and go. Did my body fat is 36.8. Used to be 43. Well, there you go. See? 43. That's crazy. But mine has never been more than about 15, 16. I think the last time I was measured, I think it was like 15.9 or something like that. I've been measured by weighing underwater, and then they do the whole caliper thing. That's kind of inaccurate, but, you know. And let's see. Yeah, you missed the troll, but that's okay. Trolls on my channel don't stick around long. I think they get frustrated because I don't really give much of a reaction. Good morning to you, Rick, and all. Hoping your weekend is starting off just ducky. Well, so far, so good. Thanks to you people. Even though I have some technical issues I got to sort out, I'm glad to be here. I look forward to this all week. Sometimes I'm saying, how close is Saturday? I really do look forward to my Saturday live stream. I get to chat with some of the people that I watch, and they'll watch me. And that's really good. I'm really happy about that. I'm drinking a cacao. By the way, it's fermented. Yes, it has this tangy taste. And I've seen that. Some people do like that. How do you check body fat? Well, there's several ways you can do it. The old-fashioned way was to be weighed underwater, and I've done it that way. You get a hanging scale, you get inside the scale, and then basically just lower yourself down. I used an electric winch, and I went ahead and, you got to breathe out as much as you can and squeeze your stomach to try to remove the amount of air, and then have the weight recorded, and then get up out of the water. And it's pretty basic. Another technique which I've used, which isn't the greatest, you get one of those load cells like you use for weighing cargo and put it inside of a tub, or in my case, my friend's pool. And then what you do, you get into the pool, you just stand on it, breathe out as much as you can, get your head below water, and then have it record the weight. So there's several ways of doing it. The other option is to use the calipers, but that's kind of subjective. You have to take different measurements from different parts of your body, and then you do a calculation. There's also these resistance scales, which I've tried, but I don't think they work too well because they underestimate. I got one of those at a friend's place, and it said that I had a body fat of 10 point something percent, which is not correct. It's around 15%. I know what body fat's supposed to look like. I've had enough friends who are into bodybuilding, so I know exactly what it looks like. I'm pretty good at guessing someone's body fat. And but there's several ways of doing it. They also have that DEXA scan, which I really don't know how well that works. I've never had it, but I know people that have had it, so okay. Well, let's see. Let's get back to the comments. I know you don't do seeds. No, I believe that all raw seeds are deadly toxic, and eating seeds is a terrible idea. Seeds also irritate your intestines. Seeds are designed to survive digestion. What idiot thought that eating seeds was a good idea is a bird brain? Because remember, birds, they have a crop which they can use, and they eat rocks, they grind up the seeds, and the thing is, not all the seeds that enter a bird will be digested. A lot of them pass through the other side. So plants offer their seeds to birds to eat them, knowing that some of them will be digested and some will not. Some seeds actually require what's called scarification, which is a roughing of the seed coat to grow. And it goes to show that's the way they're made. So we shouldn't eat seeds, in my opinion. Fruit, on the other hand, depends on the person. It depends on the thing that eats it. Some animals have developed eating certain types of fruit. And I think to some extent human beings, since we've lived for thousands of years in civilization, we have developed traits that allow us to eat certain fruits depending on certain locations. Because we've been moving around the world a lot for the last couple hundred years, these genetic adaptations have been mixed. So it's almost like Russian roulette, but, whatever. If I win the lottery, I'll sponsor you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been learning to use my Renfo scale. So much info. Okay. I think there's a height to weight rough calculation. Okay. Edward Renner, 129 said, "Good morning, Rick." Good morning. Glad that you're here. Who was trolling Rick? It was a name I hadn't even seen before. And I wouldn't really call it trolling. It's just someone trying to push the virtues of eating a lot of carbohydrates. And again, if you're one of those people that has been doing this for a period of time and it's working for you, I say keep doing it. Remember, the carnivore diet is not necessary for everyone. Although some people, they say proper human diet, whatever. When you look at all the, let's say, muscle carnivores, these are people that were on a regular diet before, as you call it, the gym bro diet, which is carbohydrates, low fat, whatever. That's how they developed that body. I don't know anyone that developed a big muscular body initially on the carnivore diet. Now, can you do it? Yes, you can. You can. Although, if you really want to be professional level, besides a carnivore diet, you're also going to need certain, let's just say, pharmaceutical enhancements. But on the other hand, if you're one of those people that like me, doesn't care about being a winner of a contest. I mean, I'm too old to worry about that stuff. I just want to be strong enough to do my job. I want to go through my day without any chronic pain or problems. I want to be relatively healthy. And I don't want to be a fat, lazy blob. I don't want to be the real couch potato. So, but that's simple. So carnivore diet works for me. But you don't have to eat the carnivore diet. The main thing is the concepts of the carnivore diet. Eating whole foods with the best source that you can find. That's all in line. Even if you're a vegan, if you're one of the few vegans that might be watching my channel, you notice that I never talk about the carnivore diet. Look at all my videos, every video that I've made. When have I ever made a video saying that it's the proper human diet, that you should be carnivore, or carnivore diet did this? No, I don't do that because I let you decide. I eat the carnivore diet, but that doesn't mean that I'm pushing the carnivore diet. In fact, I would rather that nobody else was on the carnivore diet. That means more meat for me. But my conscience would bother me, especially with my friends. If I see them suffering, they're overweight, unhealthy, feeling bad, and then I see them eating duck food, and it bothers me. It's very difficult. I went through a lot trying to help my health-minded dad to eat more meat, to get stronger, and he wouldn't listen to me. So imagine, I have friends, they eat duck food and their health keeps deteriorating, and I keep telling them, but I notice that a couple of them are cutting back on the duck food, and 4 of my friends, now one of them is moving away, so I don't know if the influence is going to stay, but they have gone more towards the carnivore diet. And the one friend of mine, he eliminated all bread and pasta and other processed foods. He's eating now a mixed macro diet of meat, eggs, some dairy, some fruits and vegetables. The vegetables are fermented or cooked. The fruit is in season, and he's still losing body fat. He was over 30% body fat. I believe now it's under 28%, and he's in his 40s. So he's on the right track. He's still losing body fat, but now he's got a weight stall. The weight, I think he told me, was like 200 pounds or 205 pounds. I said, look, if you're losing body fat, don't worry about the weight. Your belt is looser. Your arms, you got more definition in one place. You got less size in another place. That's a good thing. Your body is recomposition, whatever they call it. It's in recomposition mode. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. All right. And Jonathan says, I have a Renfo scale. In contest shape, it measured me fatter than my brother. See what I mean? The scale is not accurate. And when it comes to low body fat, all you have to do is look at Jonathan's videos and pictures, and you know that Jonathan's in the single-digit body fat range. So you can't trust those scales. Milton is handling any technical difficulties that may arise. Well, where is Milton? Milton has disappeared. I think he's on the bed now. The camera on the bed is not working right now, but once I get those technical difficulties figured out, I will have a Milton cam. So one of the great things about a live stream is that Milton, he gets tired of being around me and he goes to the bed and falls asleep. So he gives me a break. What happened to you? I've been here looking for you. That's a good question. And look, Dustin is here. Dustin, Keto Simple, our celebrity carnivore. Good morning, Rick, my friend. Well, I'm glad being your friend, and I'm glad that you're here. You may not be here now, but you were here when you made the comment. And we have another hello from Carnivore Jerry. Digital body fat calipers are the best method for cost, accessibility, and speed. I have a video on my channel which shows you how to do it. Now, of course, if you're not very flexible, you may have to get somebody else to help you to do it, which could be a problem or it could be fun, depending on who it is. And we have Kelly, Broken Carnivore. Hello. Hello, homesteader. Good morning, Rick, from a snowy north central Missouri. Well, I guess you're getting snow. We're getting heat. Well, it's not that hot. It's a little cooler. You notice that my air conditioner is off and the windows are open. So for at least a little bit, I can do this without having to increase my electric bill. I can use the Renfo or drop $150 for a DEXA scan every now and then to keep track of my bone mass. That's a good point. Hello, Cindy. Thank you for all the shout outs. There we go. So we got some hellos here. All right. I wouldn't even know what to do with the body fat measurement. I just focus on overall health. Well, that's fine. You don't need to. It's just something out of curiosity. I do it out of curiosity. Glad you hold yourself, accountable with that. Hope you continue to keep the osteopenia demon away. Excellent. That's right, Phil Grandma. And the older you get, even if you have a little extra weight, who cares? You want to be strong. That's the main thing. The worst thing would be to be weak, unstable, fall over, break a hip, end up in the nursing home, and then just wait to kick the bucket. If you're going to kick the bucket, you want to do it on the run. That's what I want to do. I want to have a heart attack while I'm out there chasing a duck around or an iguana. I got a big old iguana by the tail. I'm like in my 90s, and I'm wrestling with this thing and then just drop dead of a heart attack. That's the way I want to go. I don't want to be some sick old, whatever. Okay, has her last race of the year this morning. Oh, okay. Bacon Runner. That's why Bacon Runner's not here. Where are you? Yes. So many people hanging with Rick. Yes, Dustin. We just have a lot of really good people here. Again, I don't have the most subscribers, but I have the best. And you know what? Quality over quantity, that's my motto all the time. And Dustin says, quack, quack, with 4 duckies. That is correct. Yeah, that was the one that had made the comments, but that's okay. All are welcome here. Did you see my comment? Yes, I did. All right, type 2 talk to type, fellow quacks. 52 fellow quacks. There you go. Bring a smile to my face. And you're one of them. I think you attracted other people here, which is good. And good morning, Brian. So we got some more. Uh-oh, what did I do now? Okay. How did I do that? Oh, boy. All right, let me get out of here. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Boom. This display. It's just so frustrating when that overlay quit working. Hold on, let me move this over. There we go. Okay, we'll get this out of here. I got some problem with the scaling. Once I build a new computer, I will customize OBS to work like it should. I added 7 kilograms of stage weight over 1 year as an advanced bodybuilder carnivore diet from June 2024 to June. That's right, you did. So Jonathan is living proof that it is possible to add muscle on the carnivore diet. And that is also despite the serious chronic pain that he deals with. And that right there, it would be very difficult. I mean, can imagine an average person trying to do that. And I think if it wasn't for the carnivore diet, I don't think Jonathan would be able to do anything, really. That's my opinion. Let me scroll back up, hopped on Coach Drama this morning. I'll talk about it later on my live. Okay. Well, check out our live. When is your live? And let's see. All right. Since it is snowing here, I will be making a video making homemade deodorant and putting on both channels and be out on Monday for both channels. Well, that's good. If you're like me, I don't worry about stuff like that. I live alone. People don't like the way they smell. They don't have to hire me to work. But so far, nobody's complained. And I was at Hack Your Health, and no one complained. So either they were afraid of me, or it's not an issue. Rick, you just explained the correct concept of coaching. Let them decide and support. Well, that's good. I agree. There's just no way in the world that you can force somebody to do anything. You can encourage them. It's like a cat. You try to force a cat to do something and they're going to rip you apart. But if you hold something they like to eat up, they'll eat right out of your hand. Hubby's sarcastic humor is my couch potato icon. Well, there you go. That's it. And that's an awfully small couch or an awfully big potato. Cindy, GTSYDA. Okay, dear. Okay. Good to see you, dear. Yes. Okay, let's see. Oh, wow. Comments have increased. There we go. And yes, I'm sure I do have the Lactobacillus reuteri in my yogurt because it's a natural culture. Past 3 Amazon packages were without notes. Let's see. Got here late, but I've been listening to Rick talk. Good stuff, enjoying a lot. Well, thank you, John Beatty. I'm glad that you're here. I know that you're busy, so taking time to listen to me, that's really nice. Good, and Kelly's here. Anyone here have Rooterite yogurt? Well, if anyone does, let him know, but I think mine does have it. It is a quite old culture that I got from the outside. Milton is taking a knob-twiddling class from Ted. Well, I hope not, because I still don't understand why Bart K has soapy frogs and a wetsuit with a bottom cut out. Because I'll tell you one thing, if I had frogs here, they would not be soapy. They would be cooking. Their legs would be off, and they would be sizzling in lard. It's okay, we have a hello. My live starts out cooking at 4 p.m. Okay. There's a lot of people going live at 4. I mean, we got a bunch of live at 4. But I'll be off of this long before 4 o'clock. Someone can gain visceral fat without body fat. Yes, which is very unhealthy. That is correct. Why only 3 hours of alive? Okay. All right. A marathon that Michael's Adventures wanted me to try and boost up my watch hours. I gave up about watch hours. YouTube doesn't pay me anything. Whatever I do. I don't know what's going on. Okay, and Tim says, stronger is what it's all about. I work at a nursing home, senior living center. I wish they had more programs about working out and eating better. Yes. And the thing is, all they have to do is look at you. What are you, like 42 or something like that? You have to check him out. I think he looks really good. He's not huge, but he's not skinny. He's strong. Look at all the push-ups he does and pull-ups, and it's functional strength. That's something that I can definitely identify with. There is no excuse. If you're alive and you can move, you can do some kind of workout. That's it. I don't accept getting weaker. I'd rather be dead. I don't care if I have to force feed myself steak all the time and get a big heart attack. I would rather be dead than be weak. Because the problem is, as you get older, yes, you naturally get weaker, but your mind gets stronger if you're healthy. If you're unhealthy, your mind doesn't work. People can take advantage of you. But if you're healthy, you're going to gain the experience. You may not have the raw brute strength, but you can apply the strength you have in a way that makes it more effective. It's like me. I'm not going to use my muscle to remove the engine out of my truck. I'm going to let Bob do the work. But the ability to keep Bob running, that's the key. You disappeared last night. Okay. Looking forward to it. Had to work through the whole thing yesterday. I was in and out yesterday. You need to cook more on YouTube. I can barely keep up. Rick, I took the day off. Excellent. Good job, Jonathan. Yes, I agree with Rick's opinion. Well, thank you, Jonathan. And I agree with you all the time. As you know, I recommend you to everyone that even mentions something about bodybuilding and fitness and carnivore. You, in my opinion, are the authority on YouTube about bodybuilding, fitness, and carnivore. All right, let's see here. You need so much protein. Yeah, to make the body run efficiently. That's it. And the older you get, the harder it is to absorb the protein. And yet, they're giving old people more duck food instead of having them eat more meat. Older people should eat more meat and eggs, not less. That's very important. I'm obviously an openly enhanced athlete, in case anyone was half asleep. But the fact I achieved it on my 16th year of training speaks, I guess. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I do believe that if you want to be a pro-level bodybuilder, you have to be enhanced. There's only two types of bodybuilders, the ones that admit they're enhanced and the ones that hide it. There's just no way. You cannot be a bodybuilder 100% natural. It is not possible. You can be a fitness model 100% natural, sure, but not a bodybuilder. The human body is not designed to look like that without external stimulus. Because if you think about it, I do believe that bodybuilding in general will shorten your life. But it's a choice that people make. Some people would rather have a shorter life being stronger than a longer life just kind of existing. Because in the end, our lives are short anyway. So that's why I support the right of people to use these products. In fact, I would like to see more people use performance-enhancing products versus things like tobacco, cigarettes, cannabis, and all these other things. Now, cannabis has medicinal use. Recreational cannabis doesn't really make sense, but cannabis as a pain reliever or as for people that have mental issues, a good thing. Even mushrooms. Yes, mushrooms can be beneficial. When you're working with a broken system, sometimes you need that little extra something to get what you want. So I think that all those things should be legal. People should have the option of using them if they wish. There should not be any stigma or whatever against it. And if you think that, you have sports where people are unfair, if people are open about it, you could have an enhanced version of the sports versus a non-enhanced version. But really, in the end, not everyone's equal anyway. Everyone's genetics is different. Some people will excel at certain things. So that's the position I have. I'm trying to test the waters of YouTube and still looking at yeah, exactly. I do it to associate with people. I'm never going to be a YouTube celebrity. I'll never get paid anything for YouTube. Okay. My grandma passing in a nursing home is why I kind of hate protein shakes. Horrible nightmare she went through 5 years ago. Yeah, especially that Ensure crap. That's like seed oil slop right there. You sleep less if really fat adapted. I sleep about 7 hours, so I don't know if that's less. I do not sleep a lot anymore. Some people do seem to sleep less. You seem nervous on the internet. I want to see you on here like I do in real life. Okay. And Carnivore Farm Mom, good morning. Yeah. It was interesting seeing you on the live as well. I subscribe to Carnivore. Well, there you go. You can learn a lot from Jonathan. How much time you sleep per night? So we have questions. And we have a hello to DS111, Jerry, and to me. Hi, Carnivore Muscle. I bought this culture, didn't mention only 2 culture from Greek yogurt. Well, you can just try it. I mean, I'm sure it'll make yogurt. Anyway, as you make more and more yogurt, the cultures do change, and the reuteri always finds its way in. It's all over. This bacteria floats through the air. There's nothing that we can do to stop it. So if you keep making yogurt over and over again, you will get that culture. After dark videos that I do. One of the reasons that they're very limited on cultures, because most commercial yogurt, they only do it for a few hours. My yogurt could be a day or 2 days. So it's a little bit different. My sleep is all over the place. Sometimes I wake up after 5 hours of sleep. Peggy can go back to sleep for another 2, but it seems like longer. Yeah. I think the important thing is, do you wake up on your own? And during the day, do you feel tired? Now, I'm over here yawning because I'm sitting, but as long as I'm moving, I never get tired. Once I stop moving, I may fall asleep. Those are good. After dark, okay. My energy is good every time I wake up. See, that's important. That is the trick. Okay. 41 years old. Yeah, 41 years old. 181 pounds, lean and buff. I don't know how tall you are. I don't think you're 6'6". At least I hope not. But, yep. Check out his channel. You'll see what he looks like. He goes around a lot with no shirt on his bike, doing pull-ups and push-ups and everything. So you can pretty much see what you're dealing with there. Up 7 pounds from Thanksgiving. Okay, well, hopefully it was from meat and not duck food. Let's see. Good morning, all from Grandma's Crochet Corner. I've heard a lot about your channel, but I can't seem to find your videos. You must be on late at night, but I'm glad that you're here. And let us know what time your lives are, because I was not able to find it. Maybe now if I click I can actually go to your channel and find it. That might be the only way I can get it. And hello to Dustin. I'm frustrated because my energy and work performance in construction has never been better, but I am afraid of age discrimination lately about work and my fat boss. That is a valid concern. Gives away work that I could do. That is a problem. That's one of the bad things about working for other people. They play favoritism. 40A fast starts Tuesday. Hope you can tune into my daily updates. All right. This diet saved me from dying. I have severe depression and anxiety. I believe this diet saved me from dying. I don't know if it's a placebo effect, but every time I eat eggs, I feel great. That's because my understanding, eggs contain choline, and your brain uses acetylcholine. So eggs are a great source of that compound that your brain can use to make connections. And that may be what it is. But again, I'm not a doctor. It's just something that someone had told me. I had to sneak in that there. Sorry. It's fine. 40-day fast. I was a victim of cholesterol is bad. Yes. They'll put people on statins and that's it. My waist is if completely flat like Rick's is. Well, you must mean is. Age discrimination contracting is real. And if your boss is getting fat and slow, that means more work for you. Well, maybe you'll be the boss eventually, especially if your boss has a heart attack. As affect consumer confidence, it's hard. Yes, that is true. Are you going to that nudist resort in Florida? Okay. I love cannabis and psychedelic psilocybin. I do it all the time. Well, there you go. See? Psilocybin. Tobacco actually makes me relax. I don't know if it's bad or not, unlike cigarettes. Well, that depends. Chewing tobacco can give people mouth cancer. And cigars, depends on the person. You could be like George Burns and live to, 100? Or you could get sick from it. I don't know. I know several people that lived in their 90s, and they drank alcohol and smoked. So, who knows? There's no guarantee one way or the other. You could be the healthiest person in the world and get run over by a bus. Let's see. My boss is so fat he can't do any actual work. His job is sitting in the truck, running the business. I don't like it when he comes around. He invents more stuff to do. Let's see. Virginia is not a nudist resort. Clothing optional. Problem with nudist places, it's only ugly people that take their clothes off. I don't know what it is about that. I'm waiting for trolls for now. First time in Rick's Live. Yes, that is the first time I've seen you, but I've heard about you. I think Amy and several people have been recommending your channel. So I'm glad that you did that. Collagen also ferments in the gut. Well, there we go. Are there places in Wisconsin you go to? Now, I don't know who they're asking that to. I know it's not me because I've never been to Wisconsin, but I do want to go to Wisconsin. There are several farm channels in Wisconsin. I would like to meet them, and I'd even like to be put to work in some of their farms. Some of the work that they do is interesting to me. For example, moving hay bales around and wrapping them. That looks like a lot of fun right there. Okay. Every person's name has a meaning to what is their purpose in life. I think it's more random than anything else. If I ate raw meat, so the primitive farm man had to go. Okay. There we go. This is what morning people do. Yeah, right? Just like the Bible. Not in the winter. Grandma's carnivore corner. Okay. Yeah. Grandma's crochet corner. Let's see. Grandma crochet. Not much else to do when wobbly from Thanksgiving. Eastern 9 p.m. Eastern, 7 nights a week. Okay. I couldn't find it for some reason. And my grandma was not fed Muscovy duck meat or any other type of reptile. I guess you're talking about the nursing home, which is funny because I know one time when my mom was in the hospital, there were Muscovy ducks outside, and I grabbed one, and I told the one nurse there that I eat Muscovy duck. And she says, oh, take it with you, because the ducks were always bothering people over there. It vastly improved my mental health. I used to never even leave the house. Well, there you go. Jerry, you're going on a 40-day water fast. I tried something different. I took the turkey bone broth I made, put it in Ziploc bags, and froze it to slushy. Once it was slushy, I placed them flat to freeze solid as a rock sheets. Okay. Choline is also in bacon. There we go. Often found near eggs. That's good. Which food has higher choline thingy? Well, that's highest choline. That's a good thing. I think eggs do. I could be wrong. Have you told us your name? I don't think so. No, Cass, I would die. My name is Manuel. Okay. Well, you're in the Philippines, aren't you? Bone broth fast. Okay. Day 1, no water. I decided 5 days no water was risky. I agree with that. I live in Florida. We drink water every day. Join you 15th year of fasting for 40 days. There we go. You're starting today. Thank you, Manuel. My name is Tanya. That's right. Tanya's Kitchen Witch. Okay. What will you do after day for your fast? No, day 1. Okay. Tonight on my live, I'll be doing at 4 Central. I'll be making the super fatty Dr. Kiltz's ice cream. Excellent. A lot of people can't find me in search. Yeah, because they're spelling with a C and not the K. Okay, that's probably what happened. That's got to be it. Yay for Dr. Kilt's AM show. Yes. Setting my alarm for Tuesday at 6 a.m. Yes. Chorizo is good, but still needs more ground or shredded fat. Yes. Pop in later, Cass. Love to have you. And I have caught up with my wonderful chat. So we'll go ahead and we will go back to the scene. And hopefully, if all goes well, we won't have any technical problems. I notice it's starting to feel a little warmer in here. I guess the weather is getting hot again, which is typical. Our default state here is hot and humid. A little cool weather just doesn't last. And Carnivore Forum Mom says I have the notifications on for your channel, and I hope I can catch it. That's good. So, in terms of, let's take a look while we've caught up with the comments and see, first of all, how many people we have. So we're going to go over here, Live at 8 with Rick, and I'm showing, it looks like 49. Wow. 49 people. My live streams actually do have pretty good participation compared to some of them. I've been on live streams, we only got 5 or 6 people, and I'm there, and I do comment a lot. I think when I go into a live stream, the comments really start to pick up, but it really depends on the person. Everyone is a little bit different when it comes to the comments. Some people like to talk a lot, and other people, not so much. So, who doing live next? I know at 4 o'clock there's a bunch of lives. Thomas says he has a live. And I think Juliet has a live as well at 4. And I think one of them will be the other Jonathan, formerly known as Norse Carnivore, that got run over at Hack Your Health by one of the typical Florida drivers. Florida drivers are just not very good. That's the reason why when I ride my bike, I go on the sidewalk and I take shortcuts. When I go on the road, I have a rule. I don't drive any vehicle that weighs less than 5,000 pounds. So my van is over 6,000 pounds. My truck is around 6,000 pounds. I mean, think about it. The engine alone in my truck is like 1,000 pounds. Probably another 1,000 pounds between transmission and all the other parts, plus the body. Plus, you got another 200 pounds, which is me, and whatever else is in the back. So that's a good thing. And let's see. Let's check out the comments here. Mine is too sad. January 12th at 3 a.m. Get gussied up. Camera ready. 5 a.m. Central is pretty early. And that will be on Dr. Kiltz, January 12th. Okay, here's a question. Do you think washing hands before cooking meat is such a big deal? I don't, but my dad does. We are out, and I am driving. I start cooking meat for us. He gets all concerned. Well, I wash hands frequently while working with meat, but I'm sure if you're cooking it, it probably doesn't matter. As long as you don't have some terrible virus that you could transfer over from your hands, it's probably not an issue. But I wash whenever I'm cooking. Even if I'm out and about, I've already washed the meat and packaged it, put it in the cooler before I cook. I will try to wash before I handle it, but if I don't, that's okay. That's what the fire and that's what the engine is for. Probably Thomas. About I just start cooking. Yeah, that's true. I might do a live today. Well, there you go, Carnivore Farm Mom. If you do, hopefully it won't be in a conflicting time so that more of us can watch you. Sometimes there's just too many lives. I don't know which one to go first. Sometimes if too many people are live at the same time, I just go outside and I'll watch them on replay. My 3-year-old is in charge of the time. Okay. If you're not covered in mud and grime, probably okay. Yeah, that is true. 50 people, outstanding. Yes, it is. You're one of them. All right. They get the milk here, southwest Wisconsin. Raw grass finished. It's a secret, though. Don't tell anyone. Well, Wisconsin is a dairy farm state, and from what I've seen in videos, that's one of the states I really like because I hate deserts. I would never want to live in a desert. I don't want to live in a place that's dry. Here in Florida, we get about 6 months of dry season, and it gets really kind of ugly. Everything's dry and dust blowing around. But I've never seen a drought in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's all about green grass and trees, lots of cattle. It looks good. It looks like a nice place to visit. And like I said, those dairy farms, they got all kinds of gadgets over there for milking the cows, moving the cows. They have tractors. They have skid steers. They have all kinds of attachments. They're always maintaining fences and shoveling manure. So that's one place I definitely want to visit. Michigan and Indiana and a lot of those states, all the states on the eastern part of the U.S. where we still have plenty of rain, plenty of good dirt, and plenty of animals. Those are the places I like. Out west, not so much. I don't like California, Nevada, Arizona, part of Texas. Some parts of Texas are nice. Some parts not so much. Same thing with Oklahoma and Nebraska. Some good parts, and a lot of it depends on the season. Kansas, you go there at the right time of the year. The rainy season, that's pretty nice. Dry weather, not so nice. Jerry is live at 4 Eastern. Okay, everybody's live at 4. Okay. I agree. My dad, the one who ruined his own liver from drinking, gets all riled up about it, though. Well, there you go. You're worried about a few germs when you destroyed your digestive system with toxic alcohol. Cooking temperatures high, stomach. Yeah, exactly. Should be fine. I think getting hit by sunlight kills everything. It kills some of it. Not everything, but a lot of it. I am live at 4 Central. Okay. So what is that? 5 o'clock Eastern. All right. And John Together Strong. Later, everyone. I'm off for a walk. Well, enjoy your walk, and I'll catch you on the next one or whenever I see you. A lot of lives during the day, not so many late nights. And that's the thing. By 9 o'clock, I'm pretty much off the internet, so that may be why I missed it. I'm in bed by 10:30. That's probably what happened. Okay. Hey, John. Last I checked, about half of U.S. states, raw dairy is illegal. It's illegal here too, but it doesn't matter. Back when we used to have cattle, raw dairy was given away all the time. How are they going to stop you? If you have a personal relationship with your farmer or rancher, there's nothing they can do. Absolutely nothing. It's just like the stupid mushrooms thing. Oh, the psilocybin mushrooms are illegal. You go to your average cow pasture when we had them, you look around the cow poops, and you'll see the mushrooms. And you can take them, and there's nothing the Big Brother can do because they don't have control. Anything that's locally grown and locally sourced is very difficult for them to control. Look, they've tried to control cannabis, and it eventually failed. There are wild versions of it that just grow like weeds everywhere. They want control, and you can deny them control by having your local source. Hi and by John. There you go. Last, me break the law? Well, there you go. Some people's temples still have regular services. Others are crumbling ruins. There you go. Don't take care of yourself and you'll be a disaster. Entropy wins if you don't fight back. Greed is the only reason to let people have easy access to raw milk. Yeah, that's probably true. My dad doesn't even understand what that means. I choose not to give access. Yeah, right? 53. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, and we used to have a lot of cow pastures here until they started in the 1980s replacing them with housing developments, and now there are absolutely zero. There are no cow pastures anywhere within this area. I think there's only like maybe 2 or 3 cattle ranches left in the whole county, and they're pretty small. All the dairies are gone. They've been gone since starting in the 80s. Easy to get channel confused with a grandma handbag lady at first. There you go. So loophole with raw dairy can be legally sold, not for human consumption. Yeah, for pets. Okay. Hon, have you calculated how much protein you eat? Not lately. No, I haven't. But I was eating between 4 to 6 pounds of meat per day. Beef, chicken, pork, iguana, whatever I could get my hands on. So that's a good question. I'll have to do a video on that one of these days and see. I still shake heavy cream. Warn us as kids, shake the milk to separate the cream. Okay, that's good. Protein power to the people, yes. Thoughts on ivermectin? Well, some people have used it. It's an anti-parasite medication. I've gotten some experiences from people using it as a way to cure different ailments, but I'm not a doctor. I'm not a researcher, so I really don't know. I've never used it, so I can't tell you how it would affect me. But there are people talking about it out there, and you can probably hit their channels for it. I shook hot coffee and cream in a thermos with the lid on too loose, and it blew off and made a big mess. That could happen. I do the same thing. I shake all the milk and all the cream in my refrigerator. That's one way to keep it mixed up so it doesn't separate, and that's a good thing. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Seems to be warming up a little bit in here. I may have to hit the air conditioner button. It's a shame. Cool air just doesn't last. How do you eat 4 to 6 pounds a day? I can only do 2 pounds. I really don't know. I eat 3 meals a day. So generally, when I had the resources, I would have, I have 4 to 6 eggs. I have about 4 eggs a day for breakfast. And I'll have a pound of meat. It could be pork or beef, depending on what I have. And sometimes when I had bacon, I would have bacon. So I'd have that as well. For lunch, it would be 2 pounds. It could be chicken. Now, it's actually going to be more than 3 pounds of chicken because you got to account for the bones. So what I do, I eat all the chicken, and then I weigh the leftover bones and subtract it from the total. Same thing with pork. Pork, there's very few bones, so... And then for dinner, there was usually 2 pounds of beef, chicken or pork, whatever I didn't eat for lunch. And that's it. So it's pretty good. Okay, didn't break it. DS-111. I was taking ivermectin when I was sick during COVID, and it seems to have prevented my lungs from getting affected. I was sick on the couch for 8 days, but not the lungs. Well, there you go. There's an experience right there. When you're as tall as Rick, you need a lot of meat. Yes, that is very true. Now, I've had to cut back on the amount of meat that I eat because it got so expensive. I went from eating at least 2 pounds of beef per day to eating 2 pounds of beef per week. So that is a little bit of a problem. But what can you do? You use what you have. So I'll have to go to the canal, maybe grab some more iguanas or ducks or whatever I can find. I'm short, 5'3", but I can still put down a lot of meat and eggs, no problem. Well, there you go, see? You'd be surprised how much some people can eat. You don't have to be a giant to be able to eat a lot of food. Now, I do eat a lot of food. I find it to be necessary because if I don't eat a lot of food, I just don't have the energy and strength that I need. Plus, I lose my motivation. When I eat well, I get good motivation. I get a lot done. In fact, right now, I'm seriously motivated to go work on my truck, but I've got a live going on, and it's also getting cloudy, and it seems to be getting hotter. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the door because my thermometer is broken. So let me go ahead. I'm going to open up the door and see how hot it is. So I'm going to put you on some poop gas, and I'll be right back.
strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's...
Yeah, it's definitely warming up. So I have a feeling that our little cool weather is short-lived. And sadly, it'll probably be hot again. It was up to 87 degrees in the middle of the week. By Wednesday, it'll probably be like that again next week. So who knows? Not a very pleasant experience. Let's see how many comments we have. We have pretty good. Okay, more fat to fill in food volume. I know you always fry sausage, but you like change up. Yeah, you can boil it too. Sausage is like a hot dog. You can boil it. 54 people. Awesome. I might have shoes on later, but that would put me at 5'2". Okay. All right. I only eat maybe 3/4 pounds a day. Also trying to save dollar. I'm a short person. And a lot of plant food goes in. Well, if you have to eat the plants to survive, that's what you do. All right. So we have, looks like, reindeer. It's fast and neat. Sounds good. Sausage for me is like a quick breakfast or rare snack. Yes. Okay. So, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that are going on in the world today. Now, a lot of us, we spend a lot of time on the carnivore channels, but some of us may spend time on other channels as well, such as farming channels, finance channels, and so on. Have you noticed that inflation just seems to keep going up? And next month, December, the Federal Reserve is going to lower interest rates again by at least 1/4 point. So that means more money printing, more inflation. And what does that mean? It means that the price of food is always going to keep going up. How can it not go up when they keep increasing the money supply? After 2020, they increased the money supply by 25%. 25%. And yet, food inflation is beyond that. Now, in 2020, I could still buy marked down ground beef for 99 cents a pound. The absolute cheapest ground beef that I can buy right now is $4 a pound. So let's just say 4 times as much. What is that? A 400% increase? We had a 25% increase in monetary inflation, and we have a 400% increase in prices. Now, is everyone familiar with the concept of shrinkflation? Does anybody know what that is? That's when packaged products sell for the same price, but they include less stuff. Or as what Rick likes to call, less for more. Industry, as it improves in efficiency, gives you more for less. But the less for more that we're dealing with is definitely a trend. And it's a trend that just keeps going. Okay. So the question I've been asked many times, why would the establishment want to increase the money supply? Well, the reason is very simple. Parasites, which are the vast majority of rich people in the world, I don't think I've ever met a rich person who is not a parasite. Now, some wealthy people add value to the economy. But basically, the very, very, very wealthy, the ones that are very showy in their means of life, as the Bible puts it, they're parasites. There are people out there who have a lot of wealth, and you would never know it. You see them with the old car. They may be driving a Toyota Corolla or an F-150 truck from 10 years ago, and they may be worth millions. But then you have the other people who like to show off. Now, some of them are really just in debt, especially these 20-something people that are trying to coach you on how to be rich. They make their money off the suckers that send them money. and all the stuff that they have is basically leased or rented. But the people that you see, like here in Miami, you go to the coastal area, you see them with their yachts, expensive cars, and so on, living in Coral Gables, living in all these expensive homes. They're basically parasites. They've either inherited the money, in which case they've just taken it from someone else, or they have some type of business where they don't really do anything themselves. Other people do the work. They simply mark up the price, and or they use arbitrage. They know where they can get something cheap and resell it for more money. And another thing you see a lot of is that they own things that go up in price. For example, certain types of property, certain minerals, certain even foods, commodities. And what they do, they buy these things, and then as the central banks inflate the money supply, those things become worth more. And they can sell them and take the difference. And because they always get the money first, they get to benefit from the inflation. For the rest of us that do actual work, we have to do work to get paid. And think about this. When you make a deal with somebody, you say, okay, I'm going to charge you this much to do this job. By the time the job is completed, the money that you agreed on is worth less than when the job started. Where did that value go? It went to the parasite class. The banksters, the financiers, those are the head parasites. And those are usually the ones that you see getting a lot of money. What is another industry that is dominated by parasites? What is one industry that people need to participate in but can't set the price? So I'm going to ask you that question while I go through the comments. See if you can tell me what industry is based on increasing prices without accountability to how the outcome is. And we have hello from Cyber Genius. There we go. Strawberry poop gas. There we go. Yes, I am. I don't think I need breakfast for a year after this holiday. Well, there you go. It's Cantillon Economics in Practice. They don't care about inflation because they have the capital. That is correct. That is very correct. And the Cantillon Economics, there's also something known as a kleptocracy and also what they call, what is it when you have the worst possible people in power? I forget what they call that. But yeah, the Cantillon effect is well known. But there's another one. It's where the least qualified are the ones that control everything. Kakistocracy, that's the name of it. Kakistocracy, K-I-K-I-S, -ocracy. Increasing money supply, making it worth less. They don't care how much food costs. That's because their income is so much higher than ours that food is just nothing to them. Plus, they get to kill us off, which is a bonus. I don't know. I think most of these parasites don't want to kill us off because they're not going to feel good unless they have somebody to show off to. They can put us down, show off how much they have, and then they can use people. That's what they like. They like to use people. That's what makes them partly parasites. Thanksgiving Day, about 9:30, whatever. Let me get off here now and back to house. Talk to you soon. Okay. Have fun. That's what I should have done. Talk to you. Okay. It was an enormous preparation. We ran out of time. My dad is 87, so we had to give up. Okay. And they're talking about the Thanksgiving dinner. And MAGA Americans, is this the Hate Rich People channel? No. I love rich people because rich people are what we all should be. Being rich is a good thing. Being a parasite is a bad thing. You can be rich in many ways. Health and wealth go together. So in order to be rich, you would have to be a healthy person, a happy person with all the resources you need to live and a little extra that you can share with others. That is my definition of a rich person. A parasite is someone who gets basically given all this value for producing nothing of value. Think about many celebrities, movie stars and all that. At least they produce entertainment. They make money, okay. But you have people in business, and you see these people in their board meetings and whatever. They're just awful people, and they take advantage of others. They exploit the workers. They load up the company with debt, and then the company goes out of business, and they leave everybody holding the bag. That's it. Those are the people I'm against. But I love rich people, and I wish that we would all be rich. That would be good. So I would love to live in a world where poor people don't exist. But the only way to make that happen, we have to get rid of the parasites, and then we have to secure our needs, our food, our homes, and all that. Stop paying rent to the government on your home. Let people own their own home. Have locally available food. Don't transport food all over the world, and have people involved in the production and preparation of their food. And then that gives them the free time. They don't have to service debt because, again, debt feeds parasites. Eliminate debt, you eliminate the food that keeps the parasites going. Entrepreneurs are not necessarily parasites. Because think about it. Let's say that you're the person that wants to start a business. You have a great idea. You want to sell a product or service. You offer that product or service. The market will determine whether the product or service is a good value. Now, under the system we have now, the government comes in and says, hey, you can't do that. You need our permission. You need a license. You need us to approve it. And then they can control the market, and that way they can offer an inferior product with the government backing, and it keeps the competition out. Now, here's a good comment from Bride's Biscuit. Wealth transfer is all they care about. Yes, they destroy infrastructure by inflating market artificially to take out equity and reinvest elsewhere, destroying cities, leaving real estate empty. That is correct. They can use their debt to produce things that produce nothing. That's why you see all these empty apartments and empty shopping centers. The debt has already been created, the money has been taken, and now the average person is left holding the bag. Started baking the turkey, okay, and the young man doing it was including all the fixing and even baking pies. So for him, it was fun time. Okay, not really, but crooks in power. Yeah, exactly. That we're answering to the person who says we don't like rich people. And again, we love wealthy people here. Being wealthy, being rich is something that we all should be. And I support that 100%. Do you want to be like, for example, North Korea, where you have a handful of very rich people and everybody else is broke? No. And that's the same thing of all totalitarian states. That's what's happening to the United States. The wealth and income gap is increasing because we have a Politburo known as the Federal Reserve that manipulates the economy to take our wealth away and give it to their connected friends. And we don't want that. That is not a desirable state. Last thing, okay, Thanksgiving feast that I've ever heard. Seriously, they're talking about that. I love rich people. I hate billionaire capital class. Millionaires are cool. Yes, that's right. You cannot be a billionaire by being a productive person. The only way you can be a billionaire is by manipulating things and stealing, basically. One human being is not worth that much more than another. Do you know any person that is worth 1,000 more than another person? Not really. What about 1,000,000 times more? And what exactly is a billion? A billion is 1,000 what? 1,000 million. And 1,000,000, well, is 1,000,000. So that's pretty hard to imagine. There are people that are totally useless. Think about it. You have a person, what is one of the most useless human beings you could ever imagine? A baby. Well, how can you say that, Rick? How can you say a baby's useless? Because a baby produces nothing. It occupies space. It eats. It does nothing. However, a baby is an investment. And it's a very, very valuable investment because when you have a baby, that is your opportunity to raise children. You can institute good information into your children. You can give them good nutrition. You can help them to grow to be a productive adult. Think about if you had a farm. Let's say you had a dairy farm What is the best way to get labor for your farm? Have kids. This is a traditional thing. The more kids you have, the better. If you're living in a city, kids don't really benefit you in any way. But when it comes down to it, children are basically worthless when they're born. However, to us, they're valuable, because if you're a parent, that is the most precious gift that you have. It's a gift from God or a gift from wherever source you believe. There's nothing more important. People even take that and treat their pets that way, because it's just having a living thing that they can watch grow up. And again, only life can oppose entropy in a closed system, because it uses external energy to create out of 2 cells an entire living thing. But rich parasites are basically worthless, because unlike a child, which can grow up into many different things, that child, that baby, could be the person that saves people's lives. It could be the person who discovers some new technology, or someone who helps other people live a better life. But a rich parasite has already been molded into a way that they're all about extraction. It's like a leech. A leech is never going to be a productive animal. It's always going to look for something to attach to. So the only way to fix the problem is to eliminate the parasites. Now, how do you do that? Well, there's a wrong way to do it, but that's the way that happens when the system breaks down and there are no other options. There's only one option left, and that is what they call the nuclear option. You simply eliminate them physically, and they are gone. That's it. That doesn't solve the problem, though, because even if you eliminate all the current parasites, guess what? More will take their place. There's always some psychopath out there. And if you look at the leaders of the world, they tend to be psychopaths, because those are the ones that can go out there and get people to support them. People use them as a way to exercise their frustrations, even if the person that they are voting for has no intention of doing anything that they said. This is something that a lot of people don't think about. But again, it's very important to understand that if you have children, it is your responsibility to give them the information they need to make the right decisions. And over time, if enough of these children learn the correct way, and they're not eating duck food all day, they're not wasting their time with nonsense, but they're learning about the way the world works, the system has a way of opposing that. It's called school. You have public school, which is mandatory. All children have to go to school, or as I like to call it, the government indoctrination camp. So that way they fall into a system. They get up at a certain time. They do certain things. There's a structure. And with that structure, they don't feed them good quality food. They feed them cheap duck food. And they don't have a problem with that. But if the kids start thinking independently, they have a big problem with that. And I learned that when I was in school. You don't do what you want. You don't learn what you want. You do what they tell you to. It's all about obedience. Obey. You obey or else. And that's the problem. Anyway, enough of that. Let's see here. We have all these great comments talking about the Thanksgiving. Also leaves the land under the city pretty useless. I can't raise meat animals or grow a crop on cement asphalt. And that's the thing, as someone had mentioned. Once the city is developed, they destroy the connection to the land. They even have people living stacked on top of each other in apartment buildings. The whole idea is to divorce the actual human being from the earth, from which they are supposed to be connected to. Makes them easier to control. Had 2 donuts on the long drive home. I don't know why anybody would eat a donut. I tell everybody, donuts are something I do, not something that I eat. I feel rich, but I'm not. Cars almost paid for, no credit card debt. Yes, my house almost paid for, don't make a ton of money, but I've invested well, so hopefully that pays off when I retire. The problem is in the United States, it is illegal to own a property. They will never let you own your home. you have to rent it. So what they call ownership is basically a lease. As long as you pay your lease, they might let you live there. However, if you don't do to your home what they want to, they'll simply condemn it and throw you out. So the United States does not allow private property ownership. They'll let you own the stuff that's in there, but they don't care about that. But to own the actual place, you can't do it. Unless, of course, you have a church, in which case, yes, you can own it with your congregation. So that might be a way to go. Just start your own church. You don't have to worry about property tax. You still have the code enforcement people to deal with, but there are ways around that. Okay. I had a beer, several pieces of baguette bread with a lot of butter, and a cookie. Sounds like duck food, but whatever. Okay, I've been the whole time, but in pain. So just laying over resting, I have pinched over my neck shoulder. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Amy. I know you have those issues to deal with. I really hope that over time the carnivore diet would help, but there's some things that not even carnivore can fix. I'm glad you got some good entertainment in. Yes, should have known better about starting so late. Now I know better. Well, if you're going to have a dinner, you got to prepare early. I got some good entertainment food. There you go. Did you have a good Thanksgiving? Treat yourself with carbs. I never understand why people call carbs a treat. I call it survival food. Carbs are when you don't have any good food. Stay on the meat. Have that in my neck. It's horrible. It was pretty strict. I did eat some keto chow fudge. Okay, meat. I did make Chris Cook in Nashville's carnivore mashed potatoes, which has cheese and heavy cream. There you go. Not having a mortgage is wealth. I agree with that. Ghee is done. Yummy on my steaks. There you go. See, you can make that yourself out of butter. No problem. I can only cheat on carnivore with keto foods. Yes. If I have sad food, I get terribly ill. See? And that's something that's very important. You got to know what your limits are. People are worth about 50 cents, maybe a bit more. Well, there you go. Hopefully we're worth more than that. We still have food sitting there that I haven't touched, like chocolate chip cookies. Have a great rest of the day, chat folks. Hope to see you live later. Yes, Carnivore Jerry, we will keep our eyes open up for you at 5, I think it is, Eastern time. So we have some laters and chows and tatas. And Terry Girl just re-woke up. There you go. Snowy day, nothing to do but cook and work. Vibration plate in hopes of helping. Well, there you go. I have a truck I want to work on, but that'll depend on when this ends. And I have my lunch. Mustering coffee. Oh, depending on the person. We've been all kidnapped to a UFO. You have to save us. Okay. Based Rick, here for it. There you go. That's me. All right. So let's see. The aliens are here already. If they're reptiles, I hope so, because they'll be delicious in the fryer. Come get me. I want to go to Wendy. Donuts. Health is wealth. In that I am a king. Yes, I agree with that. I went into a lot of alternative schools, Rick, and I'm so grateful for it. One school taught me to sew. Public schools don't do that anymore. Public schools just basically teach you how to obey. They don't teach you anything of practical value anymore. Once you're at 40, they bought a house on the beach and a Tesla. So now he's like, yeah, all that debt will keep you working, keep you on the treadmill. Learning to invest, home and vehicles all paid. Excellent. Yeah, taxes we never really. And that's something we need to change. We need to change the system so we can actually own our own home. That would go a long way to improving the economy. If we eliminated property tax, they say, oh, we won't have any roads. No, there'll be more money because people are going to be more wealthy. It's like me. I don't pay for my house because it doesn't belong to me. I let it fall apart. I let somebody else do it. If I own the home, I would be fixing it constantly. I would be constantly making, because if I didn't have to pay $10,000 or more dollars a year, where would that money go? More delicious meat for me, more materials. I'd fix up my house. It'd be the best looking house on the street. But because of the government and their greed, not happening. I will never do it. As long as I pay property tax, my home is going to be just intact enough not to be condemned, but dumpy enough so it doesn't look expensive. I got a letter from my Medicare. They're canceling her and leaving our area. Got to find a different Part D thing. Yeah, again, not fun. County came and said, I didn't get a permit to do that. I said, I own it and don't need your, what's that? Okay. Don't you need permission to do that? Well, there you go. crooks. Well, the thing is, they own it. You can't trust system inconsistent, right? Carnivore mashed potatoes. I never understood the appeal of mashed potatoes either. Ground beef is far better. 3 pounds of chicken and a half pound of sausage and fasted yesterday. That sounds good. Okay, she's in North Dakota. 6 inches of snow. Nice. I don't have a shake plate. We got about 4 inches so far. Still coming down. Yeah. Property tax are $10K. You think about it. This dump is supposed to be worth $500,000. Yeah, there's a $50,000 exemption. But the thing is, it's the house and the lot. I own a lot, and they charged me $1,700 on a year on a lot that I paid $9,000 for when I bought it in 1994. Plus the over $7,000 they charge for this termite-infested, roach-infested mildew pit. So that's why I'm broke. If it wasn't for this crap, I would do fine. But Big Brother, and what it is, it used to be $1,500 a year. But when these dumbasses came from New York and California and from other countries and started throwing money around like it was growing on trees, it went crazy. And that's stupidity. Those are the idiots, the dirt bags, the lowlifes, and that's it. Okay, retired. Okay, there we go. Property tax $200 a year. Mobile home park. The problem is, mobile home park, you lease the lot, and at any time they could sell that to a developer like they do here to build apartments, and they throw everybody out. That's what happened to the mobile home park down the street from me. It's almost empty. They've been throwing everybody out since last year. Mobile home is okay if you have title to the lot that it's on. So some people, like my friend up in North Florida, he bought a 15-acre lot, got title on that, got a mobile home on it. I think he pays $500 a year for taxes. Okay. Mine is less than $1K, but I got a small house. I got a small house too. You can sell a lot for $800. Yeah, exactly. When the idiots pour in, they are so stupid and they are so brainwashed. They just think that money is free. And for them, it is. They can borrow huge amounts of money from these sketchy shadow banks, throw it around, and they think they're doing great. And the county loves it because they get tons of money. They're pouring money. That's why they're remodeling the school down the street. They're pouring $14 million into that place just to change some windows and paint the place. It's crazy. Just a thing I didn't want to do on my list. Okay. Just bought a lot, $9K, it ain't cheap. Well, there you go. So it's crazy because the system is just falling apart. And you can see it, I can see it, but a lot of people don't believe it. I don't think they understand how broken it actually is. We're living in a world where greed and corruption run everything. Nothing that a politician says is truth anymore. It's all made up. It's all crooked crap. So basically, you know the old saying, how do you know when a politician's lying? Their lips are moving. And that's what it is. And we have a central banking system that is just completely off the chart. It's gone crazy. Let's see here. I have a 985 square foot home. Property tax, $2,500. I live in an old neighborhood and they keep inflating the value of my home. That's right. My house isn't that big. My house is only 1,500 square feet. But I live in Miami. People here are totally nuts. Land doesn't lose value. Well, it would if you turned it into Love Canal and dumped a bunch of toxic materials. I would love to do that, but I'm going to sell it to some dumbass who will pay way too much money. And I'll move out somewhere in the country to a rural property so I can get a lower value. And that's it. That's my plan. I'll be living in a shack somewhere on a farm. But anyway, this whole thing is a disaster. And I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to the economy, it's all a matter of who you know, not what you know. And we see in the comment here, Amy says, I live in the house next to the house I grew up in. Well, there you go. And I live in the one that I did grow up in. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, etc. bought up everything. And they did it with free money from the Federal Reserve. Remember, the Federal Reserve doesn't actually print money. What they do, they take basically, they buy their own bonds. So the government issues treasury bills, which are bonds that are less than a year. And the Federal Reserve doesn't actually buy the bonds directly, at least in most cases. The banks do. Banks buy bonds as a collateral for all the money they create for all these loans. When they get in trouble, they can borrow money from each other to cover it up, or they can go to the Fed through the discount window, and they can do that. So it's just crazy. The fact that most people don't know how the system works is shocking. But every time they play this game of inflate, more and more people are aware of it. All my friends now know the Federal Reserve is going to be printing $20 trillion starting next year. Look at the gold and silver market. Silver went up quite a bit in the last week. I think what's happening, more and more people are understanding how the system works. So now the Fed has a choice. They can play the inflation cycle again, and this time be in the crosshairs. Or what they could do, they could play the inflation cycle like they did in the 70s. Things start to get too hot for them. They go back to raising rates and cutting back on the money printing. And they play this seesaw for years, like the 70s. And then one day they lose control, interest rates go to 15%, and the whole thing blows up. That's probably what they're going to do. The Fed is not going to let us off easy. They're not going to throw up their hands and say, you know what? I'm not going to print any more money. Let the market settle the problems. They're not going to do that because the rich bastards that own shares in the Fed will complain. Oh, I used to have 20 billion. Now I only have 19 billion. How can you do that to me? Well, that's what's going to happen. Let's see. Tiny house, 1,000 property tax, school with 3 care. Yeah, there you go. They let you off easy a $50 fee for building your fence without a permit. And again, why do we have to get permission from the government if we own it? We don't. Because they own it and they give us permission to do certain things with it. We can't do what we want. I was replacing old fence. Yeah, 50 or get fined. Well, when it comes down to it, what is it? It's all about money. Everybody wants their cut. They get money by extraction. The government doesn't produce anything of value. Everything they produce reduces the value because it comes from us. We don't know anything. That's why I hate the government. Well, that's the thing. The government's supposed to serve a purpose to arbitrate disputes, to protect people, and they don't even do that very well. All they care about is getting their cut. That's it. Nothing else matters. All right. So anyway, let me go back over here. Let me see how our live is doing. And let me minimize this. It's hard to control this thing with this mouse, I'll tell you. There we go. Eventually, I'll make a macro pad. We have 44 watching. 45, okay. Looks like. Nope. It's going down, 43. Once the chat goes down far enough, then we'll wrap this up. But that's not too bad. Anyway, let me go back here to the scene. And yeah, it's kind of sad when you realize the way that things are actually set up. The fact that we don't have real freedom. It's basically conditional. And it could be worse. I mean, we could be living like North Korea. But I wouldn't give them any ideas because that would be their dream. The wealthy, the connected, always do whatever they want. There's nothing that we can do to change it. Look at all the crooks that are in politics. Look at all the illegal things they do. Do they ever suffer any consequence for it? No, they do not. There's nothing that we can do to change it. Now, if you believe in a higher power, you may believe that, yes, there's someone up there that is going to get the justice. And again, I think most of us would agree with that. But in the meantime, the only thing we can do is try not to participate in their system. Don't go into debt. If you can avoid going into debt, that's the best thing you can do. You can't fight them head on. They have all the money. They have all the power. There's nothing you can do. But you can choose not to go into debt. Don't let their advertising, don't let their propaganda affect your mind, because that's how they control you. And they start when you're young. Watching TV, public school. They always start with ways to influence you to do what they want. They never teach you how to be independent. In fact, that scares them more than anything. The more independent you are, the more they hate you. And that's a fact. And thankfully for them, most of the people that go independent are people that are a little off. These are people that they're kind of strange looking. They tend to be very fast talking. They just have an unappealing demeanor about them. So it's easy for the system to just dismiss them. Oh, this person is a kook, is a clown or whatever. And everyone, you'll see somebody with a protest sign, end the Fed or whatever, or the lizard people are taking over. There's always somebody out there. And what I've noticed, the more wacky the person, the more crazy they appear, the system doesn't bother them. They'll be out there in front of the Capitol building, the homeless person protesting, and they don't care, because people look at that and they say, well, this guy or gal is crazy. So it actually works in their favor. But when normal people, when people that have good businesses, you see how they persecute farmers. They even persecute the Amish, because the Amish people basically don't participate in their system, and there's nothing they hate more than non-participation. If you don't participate in their system, they hate you more than anyone. Even if you fight their system, but you're kooky and kind of unkept and you look just like an idiot, they don't really care about that. How many people are on the street? They don't care about it. It's like what they do with the veterans, for example. People go to war, and usually people that volunteer for war, they have a few issues to start with. Then they go through that whole ordeal, and their mental state is destroyed. And their health too, because the government has a record of, first of all, they feed all the people duck food. They use all kinds of chemicals. You can see what's happened in many of the wars. And they use them up when they're no longer needed. They turn them loose, and that's it. Once their mind is gone, they're forgotten. And that's what happens. And that's why you'll see people on the street. They say they're in the Vietnam War or Gulf War or whatever, and they're just living under the bridge or on the street, because the government only cares about you as long as they can use you. And once they don't need you anymore, you're gone. And that's it. Now, if you turn out to be one of those people that's articulate and relatively good looking and popular, and you're out there giving speeches and stuff like that, they'll get rid of you in a different way. They will use a more direct and physical approach, and they get rid of you, and that's it. So that's something to be aware of. So you have to choose how you're going to do it. Thankfully, most of us are never going to be popular or be an influence to a lot of people, so we don't have to worry. We're a small fish in a big sea. No one's going to care. All right, let's hit these comments again. Government's just another tool. They own it all. Production, legislature, military, regulator. We're just their inconvenience. Well, we are what allows them to exist. If productive people didn't exist, the government would simply self-destruct. We pay tax on money we make and pay more taxes on whatever we buy. What a deal. Yes. And don't forget, they also tax us through inflation. So even if we don't pay any taxes, we still pay taxes through inflation. They have the tech, yes. Replace fence and get feed, that's slimy. what I've done here, I just replace small parts of the fence every so often, and they don't do anything. Doesn't matter how much our land is worth, they still triple tax it. Exactly. France and Russia changed it. We learn those lessons, keep ramping up their control. Yep, we will go out like Rome. That is correct. Rome was never conquered. It was destroyed from within. Make your home look sad from the outside? Yes. Taxes are based on the assessed value. The dumpier your house is, the less assessed value you have. Some houses here are supposed to be worth over $1 million. They're brand new, they were $15,000 max. Explain that. It's inflation. It's nothing but inflation. And by the way, for those of you that don't realize how much we're being inflated, let me show you a little secret here. Now, if we go over here, let me see what we have. I'm going to go and check something out. All right. So we're going to go to Big Brother. Oh, wrong keyboard. We go to Big Brother, and then we're going to go for M2 money supply. And it takes us to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And this is, even though I wish the Federal Reserve didn't exist, there's a lot of information here. They have, I don't know how many thousands of economists. I guess that's one way they can pay all their college buddies. So you go over here, you click on this graph, and wait till you see what the money supply has been doing. Okay. Take a look at that. Now, you wonder why everything costs so much? We're starting in 1960, which, by the way, this is when this house was finished. The date is 1959. It was like late in 1959. The money supply in total, 200, what is that, 296? 299. All right. And in 1970, it was about 5. Okay. So the money supply doubled. Notice the money supply at least doubles every 10 years. So a house that was $15,000 in 1960 is $30,000 in 1970, $60,000 in 1980, $120,000 in 1990, $240,000 in 2000, $480,000 in 2010, and by 2020, it's close to $1 million. And you can see, but the Federal Reserve actually went beyond that, because if you look around here, this would be 7,000 billion, 7.8 trillion, and in 10 years, it was almost 16 trillion. So they've been increasing the rate of money. And look at this right here. Okay, 2020, 15.5 trillion, and then it went all the way up to what it is now. It's not even 10 years. Almost 22 trillion. Now you tell me, is this something normal? What is the deal? Why does the money supply keep increasing? What about your wages? What was a minimum wage, for example, in 1960? $1 an hour. What is a minimum wage today? Now think about it. If this was close to zero, how many times has this gone up? Let's just say it was 22 times greater. So you should be making minimum wage today $22 an hour. In order to match the money supply of 1960, the minimum wage should be $22 an hour. What is federal minimum wage today? That's a good question. Let's check. All right. Federal minimum wage. It says $7.25 an hour. Are you kidding me? All right. No one's going to work for $7.25 an hour. That's ridiculous. So minimum wage needs to be at least $20 an hour. So let's try something else. Let's go over here and let's say that we wanted a job. So here's jobs. All right. This is a scam. Business manager. A lot of this stuff is just scams. All right, let's try kitchen manager. Doesn't say the amount. Why do I hear a noise? Looks like somebody's outside. Somebody was across the street, I guess. I don't know what they were doing here. Who knows? Anyway. Well, let's see. What other jobs do we have here? Let's say, let me just check. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, catering. And of course, like most jobs here, it's in Espanol. It starts at 20 an hour. If you look at most of the jobs that are out there, no one is going to work for less than $20. See, cashier, food runner, 20, 22 an hour, dishwasher, so on. Okay. Field technician. 20 to 35 an hour to start. All right. The reason why prices go up has absolutely nothing to do with supply, with demand, any of that. It's all monetary inflation. That's it. In fact, the price of goods should go down because of increased efficiency. And thanks to the Federal Reserve, we're constantly losing value. Let's see. Bilingual secretary, 17 an hour. Up to 18. What is this? Let's just translate this thing. Service value. Oh. What is that? Interesting. Someone's driving around the neighborhood. Anyway, so what I'm trying to show you. I keep hearing this noise. Okay. No big deal. I'm not sure who that is. Let me do something here. I'm going to go outside and check something. Hold on. All right. There you go. All right. Let's see here. I put this up. All right. I'll be right back. That's not too bad. Okay. My neighbor, evidently, she must have called for a Uber or Lyft. So they were trying to find her house, and she was over there with a couple of bags. I guess she's gone out of town or something, which is weird because usually you'd go out of town. Up and look who has arrived. What? What is it, little buddy? Huh? Come here. Did I wake you up when I opened the door? Yes, I did. Come here, baby. Oh, little Cuddles. Come here, little Cuddles. There's my little Cuddles. He's so cute. Look at that face. Okay, little guy. Giving yourself a bath? Here, take a look at the camera. Look at that vicious animal. Look at those teeth. You are cute. You look like a little panther, don't you? It's like a pocket panther. He's a sweetheart. Yes. Until you try to rip me apart, you silly little thing. I mean, look at this beautiful animal. How can you get mad at such a cute kitten? Oh, he's cute. Yeah, you a bad kitty? You're a good kitty. I like you. What? Oh, look at that. Come on. You're a good kitty. You've been nice all week. And like someone said, if you ever become a problem and I can no longer deal with you, someone on this live stream is, oh, you sneezing? Is going to get a beautiful, lovable, sweetheart pet. That's it. So I'll never dump you out. If you become unmanageable, I will keep you in the one room and I'll feed you until someone else can take you. But that's okay. All right. Let me go back to the comments here and let's keep this going. Filled my bird feeders up last night before the snow. Poor birds. About got them empty again. Yeah, well, they need to eat. Bought their house, $16K in 1961. See what I mean? Question. How did you decide saturated fat had nothing to do with heart disease? I was convinced that I was going to get a heart attack until about maybe 2020 when I saw people like Saladino and Sean Baker, especially Sean Baker, eating nothing but steak, doing all that exercise and not having a heart attack and being older than me. I started seeing all the other carnivores out there. I realized it had nothing to do with it. Plus, I thought about myself. By my age, by the 50s, my dad already had high blood pressure and he had eye problems and skin issues and all that. And I had none of that. So that kind of told me that the saturated fat had nothing to do with it. Yep. I got the original receipt when my parents bought this house. That's the funny thing. Yeah, see, it's the Federal Reserve that did this. And they're the public enemy number one that nobody talks about. Well, some people talk about it, but only in the financial channels. That's wonderful. Generation to be able to purchase homes. Our kids and grandkids. Well, the thing is, we don't even own them. They all belong to the government. Not be able to afford a mortgage. Well, they will. As soon as the younger generation wakes up and sees they're being scammed and they go to the Fed with the pitchforks and torches, it'll end. Yep. 10 years ago, double wide manufacturer, 75,000. Same home today, 130. And again, isn't that double? They double the money supply every 10 years. This is the problem. The Federal Reserve doubles the money supply, and they have to do this to keep the game going. And now they're going to have to go beyond that. They're going to have to go 1.5 times, 2 times, 3 times, because we're starting to lose control. They have to keep inflating. It's inflate or die. Until one day enough people get mad at them and they burn them to the ground. And then the inflation stops. And then comes the real tragedy. Once they stop inflating, everything collapses. Next thing you know, we're living in Mad Max. Unfortunately, most people will become violent. They will become dysfunctional. There will be a large loss of life, widespread disease, everything. It'll be apocalyptic. And then anyone that's left behind, they'll start over. It goes that way throughout history. There's no other way. Now, divine intervention could fix all that. Divine intervention, God could take away all the good people, let the bad people destroy themselves, and then start over. There's several things that could happen. But the way that we're going, the future is not good. Money is manipulated. That's why it doesn't make sense. That's exactly why. And I've said this over and over again. Grocery bill. Yeah, it's the Federal Reserve. Their system caused this mess. Built there in 1980, it cost them $55,000. Yeah, they bought it for $20,000. Today, the same house. And let me go to the next one here. A lot of comments. Cost 5 times to build. Yes. First job as a cashier, $4.35 an hour. My first job started at $5 an hour. I worked at the nursery. That was in 1986 when I finished high school. They paid me more after that once I started doing deliveries and tree installations. Cash on our farm fixed up, 38 acres. Cash. Grateful just to have taxes to worry about. Having my husband, he be bedridden with heart and kidney disease. Right. That's right. Okay. I remember your story too on the live. Seen a great post this morning. Start you at 15 hours, 6 months, you make 25 an hour. So when can you start? The guy said it's 6 months. There you go. With a mortgage was scary for too many years. Yeah. $3.75 an hour. Yep. That's right. It's crazy. And it's all because of the central banks and the M2 money supply. It's the Federal Reserve is the problem. Until you eliminate them, nothing will ever, ever, ever improve. And what they're doing is basically creating a world of very angry people, which will eventually come to revolution. So the ironic thing is, all these parasites that think that they're doing really well, they're going to find out the hard way. They're a target because the people at the very top of the government are not going to care about them. All these people that are running around, acting like they're rich, carrying debt, they're going to be wiped out too. All these so-called investors, and they're all going to be wiped out. They're useful idiots for the people at the top. And that's it. People at the top, they'll just go into their bunkers and let everybody else kill each other. I remember gas at 89 cents a gallon. Actually, gas was 99 cents a gallon in the year 1999, believe it or not, when they had a little gas war. And what happened in the late 90s, the Federal Reserve, as you can see from the graph, just stopped inflating a little bit, and things started to come down. Inflation is man-made. That's correct. It's pretty sick right now. Hope it's not a secondary infection. Time to go back to the doctor. Love the classical violins. Well, I listen to a lot of classical music around here. So elevator music and classical music, that's sort of my thing. I remember 27. Well, see, you're older than me. I don't remember that. I was making $7.59 in 2005. See what I mean? It's just not that much. Counted my 9 cents because, yeah, right? That was Rick trying to start the van. Okay. Exactly. They're not going to get anyone for that. Maybe an illegal. I don't even think the illegals are stupid enough to work for that little. You can't hire an illegal from less than $150 a day. So if you think about it, 8 hours, $150 a day, that's like 18 an hour or whatever it is. Even the illegals are smart enough to know you can't work for that little. It's just crazy. 4 days a week, I save some gas money. Yes, I wish I could work from home. That'd be great. We let the government get so much for so long. Not sure we'll ever get it back. We will get it back, but it's going to come after a very bad civil unrest. And most people are going to go to the government to save them, and then they'll probably screw it up again. I just don't want to see this turn into the Soviet Union or the DPRK. I don't want the DPR USA because we already have that like here in Miami. The DPR, whatever, Democratic People's Republic. Those are 3 words you never want to hear in any government. What, Milton? Milton. I don't think they even know what's going on or being used. Yeah, exactly. They're used to being controlled. Of course they are. What? What do you want, Milton? Come here. Come on, Milton. What do you want? What? I fed you. Thank you for the live today. I'm going to go to work now. Yes. Take care, chat. Stay strong. Give Rick a like. Thanks, Tim. And I hope you're having a good time at work. I'm glad you're able to finally get another job. And hopefully they will give you the respect that you deserve. My teenage daughter decided about starting college life and living somewhere else. I wish she would stay and get it all done inexpensively. Well, yeah, I can't convince people not to go into debt. We can train our cats to attack cat burglars. They would be expensive. Yeah, right? If I could train Milton to attack other people the way he attacked me, he'd scare the heck out of them. Plus, after he attacked me, he was howling and hissing. I was actually staying away from him. What? What is it? Silly Milton. Yeah. Well, see, the further back in time you go, the easier it was to pay for school by working. Now, forget it. It's all debt-based. Feline units, a pack of manic cats. Milton? What? Oh, watch out, Milton. Okay, you want me to hold you? Is that what you want? You want to be held, you soft little Milton? Oh, yes. You're a cutie. Oh, my goodness, are you a sweet kitty? Okay. You going to calm down, Milton? Sit next to me. You always calm down. You smell the empty bag of duck snacks, huh? You got the cutest fluffy little tail. Look at that long tail. A beautiful cat. You're a sweet cat. I just got to remove those little things at your back there, and you'll be the perfect kitty. Yes, you will. Come on, Milton. Come on. Oh, there he goes. You'd rather run around and complain. Yep. You're a funny cat. I like you. All right. So anyway, yeah, I would hate to see a bunch of cats chase somebody. It'd be very frightening because cats are amazing. I couldn't afford Notre Dame today. It's $80K a year. It's $21K. Well, how many decades was that ago? 3, 4 decades? If it was between 3 and 4 decades ago, that goes perfectly with the Fed's money creation. And that's it. What are they not working for? Yeah, most don't have that. Don't give it. Exactly. That's true. Damn moderator. Let's see. What a difference in tuition. Yes, I won't tell anyone. Gave me $6K a year for college, which was a lot back then. I paid the rest. Officially depressed about the state of things. We got to do something. Well, we got to figure out how. Cute kitty, Rick, bye all. Well, bye. Glad you were here. Milton, stop it. Are you that hungry? What? Did you eat all your food? Really? Maybe he ate all his food. I don't know. ICAS, there we go. When I managed government housing, a lot of tenants went to college because they had a grant and a free laptop, supposed to better them. But I only saw a scant few that moved around and made it work. That's the way government assistance works. Remember when gas was only like 25 cents? Just bought a can of beans. Oh, you know, there was a bumper sticker they had when I was a kid. Eat lots of beans. America needs the gas. Back from my snowy shopping trip. Well, I'm glad that you have returned. Gives you a perspective on the oil industry nuances. Great show. Glad you're sent back. Okay. What do you think of this weather? All right. Outside voice. So we got some conversation going on here. I do not like winter anymore. Living costs are directly related to population density. Cities are expensive and rural can be less costly. That is true. That is true. Although, if it wasn't for all the debt, cities would be pretty cheap. Think about New York City in the 1970s, how cheap it was. And nobody wanted to live there. It was high crime and very cheap. In fact, according to a friend of mine, that his parents actually lived there, it was cheaper to live in the city than it was to live in the suburbs in the 70s. Milton wants some duck snacks. Let him. He's already been pushing the bag around the room. I don't even know where it is now. Can't afford to move. Yes. Same here. graduated 1999 from Notre Dame. And I graduated in 1989 from FIU, which is down the street. I graduated from Notre Dame. Love it. Beef vendors at the farmers market are nervous. They're claiming not to have steaks on the regular. Well, see, they've been manipulating the supply. They slaughtered a lot of animals a couple of years ago, and cattle are different than pigs and chickens. Pigs and chickens have multiple babies. Cows usually only have one calf. So when the amount of beef goes down, it could take years to replace the supply. Think labor prices. No, actually, labor prices are lower than supply prices because the Federal Reserve increased the money supply. But labor is not that expensive. Remember, minimum wage of $1 in 1960 is $21 today. So if you can get labor for $21 or less, labor hasn't gone up at all. Went to Holy Cross College for 2 years and then Notre Dame for 2.5 years to finish. I have a degree in Management Information Systems from Notre Dame. Okay. Well, there you go. Huge amounts in pensions. It will fail. Yes, it will, but only when the Federal Reserve can no longer create new money out of debt. Labor is super high in California. Well, living expenses are super high in California. It depends on what kind of labor you're looking for. You can easily find laborers here for $20 an hour all day. No problem. Right, Milton? Milton has settled down nicely. He was putting up a big fuss, but you can see Milton now here. You have to have, okay, licensed contractor do come for work. It's more than $500. That's assuming that you have anybody do it. If you do it yourself, nobody knows the difference. I'm going to replace my own roof. You're supposed to get a permit. I ain't getting no permit. I'll just do it piece by piece. County comes, I chase them off. That's it. I've done it before. 2021, just to refresh my technical skills. Now I'm in PhD school and kilts coaching. Well, there you go. PhD school seems like very expensive for very little return, but, you know, Dr. Barry's all about the money. Kilts, not as much. I mean, Kilts has lots of money. But I tend to be very skeptical about these so-called coaching certifications because realistically, it's not really a barrier to entry unless they can lobby the government to make it a requirement. They won't be able to get that many people in it. Really, I think what we should concentrate on is increasing the meat supply. It doesn't take a lot of, let's say, skill to tell somebody, hey, eat more meat. Or like Mitch always says, take the rest of the day off and eat meat. That takes zero skill. You just say it. What we need to do is get better meat supply. And if we can't get more cattle, maybe we need an alternative. Maybe we need better raised pork. Maybe we need, I don't know. Hard to say. And Terry Girl says, dude, and AC capacitor, $30 part and $200 for labor. Well, I don't charge that much. Generally, most of the people that I work for, which are people I know, it's going to be a $50 service call if it's with my area, and then whatever the part costs, plus the labor. So I figure by the time I get there and take it apart and put it together, it's going to be $70 plus the $15 to $20 that it cost me for a capacitor. So a little over $100. It ain't the end of the world. And that doesn't stop people if they wanted to learn how to do it. They could go on YouTube. How do I fix my air conditioner? Change a capacitor. They got a bunch of videos on that. Of course, a lot of people don't have the time or they don't want to risk electrocution. So I can understand that. Milton decided to sit on the chair. You can see, look at him. He's so cute. He gets active for a while and then he kind of relaxes. He's over there licking himself. That's the most important thing in a cat's life. All right. People with lots of money want to make lots more money. Yes, that is true. That is very true. PhD was expensive, but not compared to their health coaching courses. I'm learning a lot. Health coaching is not teaching. It's more like being a counselor. That's true. That is true. I don't know how much Kilt's coaching is. They gave it to me for free. Well, if they gave it to you for free, that must mean that they value you being there, which is probably worth a lot, I would say. My rule, some people say when they give you something for free, it's not worth anything, but I think it's the opposite because it depends on who gives it to you. If a random person gives it to you, it's probably worth nothing. They just want to get rid of it. But if a friend gives it to you, it's valuable. Think about it. When your friends give you something, that's because they care about you. So if the Kilt's coaching was given to you for free, somebody, maybe Kilt's, maybe Alia or somebody else cared about you and they wanted you there. So I think that's pretty valuable in my opinion. Going back to finish my biology degree in the fall. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, if I was rich, I'd have you fly out and fix it. Yeah, well, I do it all the time here. I seem to be the guy that fixes everybody's plumbing, electric, and carpentry issues. Problem is, a lot of times by the time I tear into it, it turns into a major job. Health coaching is letting people talk, listen to them, help them. That sounds like psychology, basically. Help them come to terms. And with what psychologists charge, which is a ripoff, you're probably providing a very valuable service at a very affordable price. Goat and lamb have twins more often than beef cattle. Yes, that is correct. And they're smaller animals, so it's easier to get more of them to breed. I'm off to the shower to get ready to entertain people I don't want to entertain. Thanks for this. Hopefully you'll be here, yes, later so I can ignore them. Well, we'll see. All right. Health coaching is not telling people what to do. There's so many in the space say you should do this, you should do that. That is not health coaching. That is correct. In the informal world, we call that having friends. Have a good day, yes. Hope it goes better than you're thinking. Me too. And BMAT3289 says, hi, Rick. And Rick says, hello in return. So anyway, despite the technical issues with not being able to have my chat overlay, I have been able to keep up with the chat. I'm going to experiment with this several times until I get it to work, and I will figure it out. Because even though I'm not the master of software, I know enough about computers to get myself in trouble. I guess I could always ask Mitch. Mitch will be on later, by the way. If you want to see another live, and I'll probably be there most likely, and you have an extra hour at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I recommend that you go to Old Guy Carnivore channel and go into Mitch's Saturday Night Live instead of watching the crappy Saturday Night Live from NBC. Okay, now here's a question, a technical question that I should know. Well, I'm an electrical engineer, so I should know. If you're outside and a wire is down, how do you get away from it? Well, this is a good question, but there's not enough information for me to give you a detailed answer. Let me explain a little something about wires. Not all wires conduct electricity. Some wires are actually what's known as a guide wire, which merely supports the pole. Electrical wires also can be ground or earth connections. These are wires that function as a return for electrical current. Now, with alternating current, it's actually a fluctuating movement of electrons. Instead of the electrons moving straight like a rotating drill, they're vibrating like a jackhammer. You can transfer energy either by a drill or by a hammer. And my drill's not here, but if you pull the trigger on a drill and it rotates, that's a direct current circuit. When you put on hammer, it goes brrr, you get a hammer there. So it's really important if you don't know what you're doing. Now, if you're an electrical engineer like me, or you're an educated individual, you can look at a wire. You can see what it was connected to. and you go, is that high voltage or is that low voltage? If it's low voltage, you could stand right next to it and nothing will happen. If it's high voltage, the ground could be energized, but you would see signs of it. So if a wire falls on the ground, if it's high voltage, it's going to be sparking because at the power source, it's partially earth grounded, and you're going to hear a buzzing, you're going to see sparks, you may even see things catching on fire. That would be an indication you need to get away from it. Now, if you are standing next to the wire, you have to realize that the ground is now a resistor. A resistor is an electrical device that opposes the flow of current. However, as current flows through a resistor because of Ohm's law, you have something known as voltage drops. So from that wire to the power company, you're going to have a voltage drop. So if you had, let's say, now an 8,000 volt wire in the neighborhood is not enough. Let's say it was 100,000 volts. You're going to have a voltage drop of 100,000 volts from the point of contact on that wire on the ground to the power company. The problem is the ground itself will conduct power to an extent. The closer you get to the wire, the less voltage drop you have. But as you get away from the wire, it increases rapidly. So from the point of contact, you might have 100,000 volts. 3 feet away, it may be 50,000 volts, which is a difference of potential of 50,000 volts. If you're standing next to that wire and you try to step away, like your fingers doing the walking, you're on a surface. Now, let's say you had a surface like this, and a wire falls next to you, and you're standing like this. The wire is touching. If you try to walk backwards, you're walking across that voltage drop. That could be 50,000 volts. That voltage will jump through your shoes and legs, and you will get a terrible shock. You will fall into that area, and you'll be barbecued. So that's not good. So what you want to do if the wire falls next to you, simply jump with both legs together in any direction you want, preferably away from the wire. Now, technically, you could stand on the wire like a bird does, and you won't get shocked. But you have to keep your feet together. And you can jump over it. You can do that. Now, when you're in the air, you could get a discharge. So if you jumped over the wire, you could have a discharge, something like you get out of a Tesla coil. That would not kill you, but it could startle you, and then you could fall on the ground. The worst thing that can happen is you fall on the ground. If you fall on the ground next to the wire, you will be destroyed. I mean, you will get electrical. Basically, what electricity does, it follows blood vessels and any path of salt or any other electrolyte, and it will burn you from the inside out. And electrical burns are very serious. So what you want to do, you want to simply jump away from it. Another thing that can happen, and I used to do this when I used to do the safety course at the company that I work for any guys that operate heavy equipment, for example, excavators, bulldozers, any type of equipment, you want to make sure if your excavator or dozer comes in contact with a wire that you jump off of the machine with both feet. Do not step off because you could have a discharge of electricity between the track and the ground. So you have to jump off. If you're in a machine with tires, don't believe the myth. Tires do not insulate from high voltage. Tires have carbon. So unless you have the white tires like you have on a forklift, the non-marking tires, your tires conduct electricity. So if you're on something like a wheel loader or skid steer, you still need to jump away from it. Now you could climb up on the machine, stand on the wheels, and jump in any direction. You don't have to go out front, but it's very important, and this is something we talked about a lot. So anyone that has a basic knowledge of electricity knows that. Now, during Hurricane Andrew, when I was younger and I had just graduated college, the lines were all blown down. I went outside with bolt cutters and I cut all the power lines, and everyone was freaking out because they said, well, what are you going to do if it's energized? I said, look, if you look down the street, the main pole, which has 3 phases on it, blew over. It's not energized. And I still have the bolt. Well, I don't know if these are the same bolt cutters, but they're similar. Got them over here. Okay. I was using this is basically what I was using to cut the wire. Everybody knows what bolt cutters look like. But what I did to protect myself from being killed, you see this little adjusting bolt right here? I put a wire, a heavy wire, and I ran it to a grounded pole. So what would happen if there was power on the line, when I went to cut it, it would short circuit and I wouldn't get shocked. So basic electrical theory. It's really, really, really important. And this is also true if you're in water. If you ever, I use electrolysis to clean metal. If you ever encounter electric wires down in water, it's even more important not to space your feet apart because you can definitely get fried and it's not a good thing. Also, the most dangerous thing about electrical work is not the electrocution. It's what's known as an arc flash. When you have a short circuit or you have a quick disconnect of a lot of current, it causes a plasma effect, which is basically like a little explosion. You have hot air and material coming out, and it can blind you or, it can cause serious damage. So, but again, I work with electricity all the time, and I never have a problem. In fact, recently, I replaced a panel with live power, and I did it. I used basically the wire cutters and the heavy gloves, and I cut the wires off going into the house, stripped the wires, replaced the panel, reconnected it, and of course, since I'm pretty smart, I used an inverter and a battery pack to keep the meter active, but disconnected from the main line. And then that way, FEL doesn't know that the meter was disconnected. And that's it. I do it all the time. It's not a problem. Now, if you don't know what you're doing, you can really, well, let's just say you could end yourself very quickly just by making one mistake with electricity. Yes. And you know what else is dangerous? Hydraulics. I make hydraulic hoses all the time. I do it as a side job. But hydraulic oil can inject under your skin, and it can kill you. Basically, it can cause terrible infections. So don't be like the dummy that uses their finger to find hydraulic leaks on the Bobcat. And I know someone that had to have part of his finger amputated because he didn't listen to the advice. I told him, if you have a leak, look, when in doubt, change it. Don't be a cheapo and think that you can find the leak and just change one hoses. If there's any leaks in the area, take it off and look at it. Bend the hose. If there's any cracks in the outside of the hose, change it. That's it. So, but anyway, it's like anything else. It's like working with fuel. Look, I make my own methane gas. And Amy made the funny song about strawberry poop gas. People have been killed when their biogas facility exploded. There's a danger in everything. But it really comes down to the magnitude and the quantity. If you do something on a small scale, it's like when I was a kid, I used to love to make nitroglycerin. Nitroglycerin on a small scale is a fun thing because you can hit it with a hammer and it goes bang and it makes the hammer go up. But if you were to make enough nitroglycerin to fill this salt shaker, you could take down most of your house. Very dangerous. So it's like anything else. Life is dangerous. If you drive a car, you're minutes away from being killed. If you walk, you're minutes away from being killed. All these things that can happen. A bicycle. How many people get hurt on a bicycle? A lot. But anyway, we take risks and we do it relatively educated. When people start acting unreasonable, that's when things go wrong quick. Okay, so let's see. Live Zooms in Kilt's course with Dr. Nelson and whatever guest are way more valuable than PhD Zooms. There's actual presentations and lectures other than people asking personal questions. That's a good point. My son-in-law looks all day on electric poles. Said hop away, don't walk. That is correct. And I know when we used to train FPL workers, when they were getting to be linemen, I used to teach some of the electronics courses, and we would mention that all the time. I actually developed a demonstration which I did it with a Tesla coil. Now, I had a little problem because it knocked out the network, but I used a Tesla coil to generate high-frequency electricity. That way you could see the sparks, but because it's such a high frequency and high voltage, it goes on the outside of your body. And I buried carbon resistors in a little mat, which I filled with dirt, and then connected the Tesla coil, turned it on, and I had a demonstration. I said, walk across this. And when they walked across it, the sparks would jump up their legs. It freaked them out. I said, well, just think of that with real power, and you wouldn't be here very long. My brother's an AT&T technician. My first job at the college actually was teaching Bell South students about electronics so they could pass their tech levels. Great job. Great, Rick. I knew you would know. Yes, I'm an electrical engineer. I know my stuff. My husband can run dozers and cranes. I've never run a crane. I've run dozers, excavators, graders, skid steers, and I think that's about it. Good afternoon, Rick. Well, good afternoon, Larry. Glad you are here. Worked industrial construction. Unfortunately, saw a few electricians get zapped and a few get fried. Well, it happens, especially when you're dealing with that 480 volt three-phase power. People just don't understand. Three-phase power, that's some serious stuff. When you get shocked by it, a lot of times it doesn't throw you, it pulls you in. It's like DC. The most dangerous shock is from DC or direct current. Alternating current tends to throw you away. DC, it pulls you in, makes your muscles clench up. Not a good thing. Still going strong. I had a much needed nap. Well, I'm glad you did, Jonathan. I hope that the nap gives you a little more relief from pain and you can continue to enjoy part of the day. It happens. My friend son died. Mishawaka electric lineman. A lineman, they rely a lot on their equipment. All it takes is one hole in your glove and you're done. The lecture classes are more like personal coaching sessions. I'm the dumb one when it comes to electricity. I learned just enough to pass the A+ certificate. Well, I used to teach A+ for computer technicians, and there's only very basic. In fact, I still have the old books that we used to use when I taught that class. But, yeah, it's basically how to use a voltmeter, how to start a power supply with a jumper. Pretty simple stuff. But, yeah. Did they make a crane big enough for Rick to get in? That's a good question. My stepson is brilliant with all that, too. Excellent, excellent. Well, that's great. Well, anyway, let me go back and check and see how many wonderful viewers we have right now. We have, how many do we have? 37? Let's see. 36. Okay, I'm losing them as time goes on. So, 1 o'clock is approaching soon. It's probably getting ready to that time where it's time to log off and go from being the internet non-celebrity to being the shade tree mechanic. Playing with, taking things apart, playing with Bob. And if you don't know who Bob is the Bobcat. So let's see here. Oh, well, that's interesting. Huh, okay. Let's see. Wish me luck. Well, there you go. Okay. All right. Is Thomas having a live stream? No, okay. That's a short. Let me go back here. Okay. All right. 36 watching now. Okay, we're still about the same. So, I'll go back here to the old comments. There we go. All right, Juliet has returned from the gym and ate a tin of mackerel. There we go. I just can't do sardines, so someone said. Well, not everybody likes sardines. I enjoy my sardines when I have them, and that's good. So let's see here. All right, so we're still on, and there I am, still on. So I'll have to rustle up something to eat. Yeah, okay, Feral Grandma has a good point right here. There's more electrical info in ham radio tests. That and all of the calculations with frequency and, yeah, ham radio tests. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I haven't been in ham radio for years. I need to get back into it. I always told myself after I move, I get back into it, but I never did. Hopefully I'll be moving in the near future, but I won't be able to move until I fix my truck. Once I fix my truck, I think things are going to start moving forward. But anyway, let's see. Okay, so there we are. And let's see here. Okay. So anyway, that's been a pretty interesting Live at 8 with Rick. 4 hours or whatever it usually is. We're not going to go later. I mean, one time we went 12 hours. That was a rainy day. There was nothing I could do. If you look outside, you'll see it is sunny. Look at all that sunlight. My truck is waiting over there. My truck needs to be disassembled. I've already removed the refrigerant from the system, so I'm going to start taking that truck apart. And I think I ran out of Heart Attack chicken, so what I'll probably do is head over to Fresco y Mas. It's not on sale, but it's like 78 cents a pound. And I'll probably go and hit Fresco and get some more Heart Attack chicken. For lunch now, I do have some pork in the refrigerator that I can cook up. I'll have that for lunch. So it'll be kind of an interesting day. And hopefully I'll be working on my truck. Tomorrow, I should be working on the truck as well, although I may actually have some work to do. And the good thing is I don't have to leave the house to do it. I have a customer that has a rather complex audio system. I believe it's that high-end Macintosh crap, and they've got problems with the amplifier. They've got some kind of hum or buzz or something like that, probably bad capacitors. Hopefully I have what I need to fix it, but I'll be breaking out the oscilloscope and the signal generator, and I got the schematics already, so that'll be some money. That is probably a few $100s, which would be nice. Many years ago, they used to be able to go to the electronics tech, but there are no electronics techs left anywhere in this area. The rent is simply too expensive. There used to be a guy called Grandez or whatever, Repair. He's been gone for probably 15 years. So I do have a friend that does tech work, but he's out of town. He's visiting his family for Thanksgiving weekend, so I guess I will be the one doing it. So I can put my electronics knowledge to the test. Even though I knew most of that stuff even before I went to college. That's the sad part. But hey, I got a free scholarship. I went to college for free. And I tell everyone, if you give it to me, I have to accept it. Why wouldn't I? If I had to go into debt to go to college, I wouldn't do it. If I had to work hard and pay the money, I'm already working to take the classes and do well. And I got pretty much straight A's. The fact that I got straight A's in junior college is what gave me the scholarship to the university. So I can't complain. And the only thing I've ever done with that degree is teach electronics at the college. So, and then even that wasn't good enough. Well, you need a master's degree. Okay. I'm not going to go back to school for 2 years to get a degree in something I've already been doing for, at the time, 13 years. So what can I say? But as a tech, I think a lot of it comes with practice, and being able to work on stuff is really important. So let's see. Do we have any more comments, or do the comments stop? Okay, let's see. All right, so we have this. And I think the comments did stop. So that is the last of the comments. So I guess I have caught up. And we had 36 people. So that's pretty good. If anybody has anything else they want to mention, go ahead and do that. But I think we'll be able to wrap up this live stream and move on to something else. Oh, we have a lot of likes. See how many people we have here. 37 watching now. And 54 likes. So it seems like everybody who came here clicked like, and that's really good. So I may not have the most subscribers, but I do have the best. And I like having a little bit longer live stream so you can kind of come and go. If you want to ask a question or say something, you don't feel like you're rushed. And unlike certain people, like a certain doctor in Tennessee, who will not pay attention to you unless you give him la moolah, I pay attention to all my comments, and I will never, ever, ever enable memberships or super chats on my YouTube channel because I don't want YouTube getting 30%, and I do not discriminate. I am 100% against discrimination. Discrimination based on race, of course, is illegal, but discrimination based on wealth is 100% legal everywhere in the world, but it is something that I will not tolerate in my YouTube live stream or in my dealings with people. Discriminating based on money is wrong. The love of money is a root of all evil, is a very old saying. So we don't want to do that. All right, so let me go ahead and hit the comments here, and we can finish this up, and I'm going to go and have my lunch, and I'm going to go out there and work on my truck. And Lamb says, you touched on a lot of interesting topics again today. Yes. And once I get my computer set up the way I want to, I'm going to be doing a regular series of edited videos that are going to cover different subjects like everybody else does. But unlike everybody else, there's going to be the little Rick nostalgia and the show and tell and all the other things that I do. Think about Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood if Mr. Rogers was a carnivore, and you're going to see that on my channel. I figured that's the way to go. I think it'd be pretty nice. We're not going to have the flashy graphics, the rock and roll, the guitars and all that. No. It's going to be jazz and elevator music and calm, the typical Rick way of doing things. Because the problem is, other than the occasional emergency where you have to make a run for it, most problems are better solved when your mind is shifted into gear and you're not running around like a duck without its head. And Amy is using logic here. I'm not spending money on a master's degree when I only have 15 years left to work. Yes, exactly. And I only have what? Not even that. I mean, I'm 57. I'll be 58. I got what? 7.5 years. By the time I got the master's degree, I'd only have what? 5 years? No, forget it. I need to find something else that does not require a degree. And really what I want to do, I want to get into the production of meat and farming and agriculture. And you don't need a degree for that. You just need to know the right people, have the right connections, and be able to market your meats. I don't want to be like these people with the high-end meats and the carnivore snacks and all this other stuff that have to mark up like crazy. I want to be at a level where I can compete directly with the grocery store. That's what I want to do. So enough of the high-end crap for the rich people. Let's do it in a different way. I might even do some type of crypto-based farm share with your own private crypto, nothing tied to BitCrap or any of that other nonsense. Something where you can build credit offline with farmers and ranchers, and you can get the meat that you want at certain times. In other words, instead of the farmers and ranchers relying on a rigged auction, they'll be able to have an alternative. They can go to the auction and say, no, you're not offering me enough. And then they can go to the crowd-funded community and get it there. So there's a lot of things that we can do. We can work around the system. It's like a cockroach. You may be able to kill one cockroach, but you can't get rid of all of them because you don't see most of them. And by maintaining a low profile, I think in many ways, you can beat the system the same way that a termite eats a building, little by little, when nobody's noticing. And we have Lasagna Cat Zero. I see that must be a Garfield fan, so that's pretty funny. Although I've never seen a cat that eats lasagna, but I've seen cats that eat raw meat. And Jiffy says, thank you, Rick, for a great live today. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I show 55 likes. Yes, nice. That shows that people here care. And the Feral Grandma says bye all. And Feral Grandma, bye Feral Grandma. And George Goodenough is here now. Hello, everybody. I'm 60, so the end is in sight for me. Well, I wouldn't say the end is in sight. Probably got another 30, 40 years to go. That's a great idea. Meat you can't eat. Okay? Crypto meat. Well, the good thing is, if the crypto thing works the way I hope it will, it's going to be a decentralized peer-to-peer, and that would allow people to trade. Now, for example, let's say that you are a rancher. Well, what do ranchers need? Well, you're going to need feed. Other people may produce feed. You could trade the crypto for the feed. Or what if you need to fix your fence? You may need some high tensile wire. You may need some posts. You may need some materials. So people that provide the materials, or even people that provide labor, they could simply use the crypto as a way of getting around the system. Now, obviously the government wouldn't like that, because when you don't use their dollars, they can't tax you. But on the other hand, if nobody knows about it, if it's just sort of an informal thing, think about like coupons. You have coupons that the store gives you for free this or free that, or discount on this or that. You may have, I mean, who knows? But I can tell you right now, if you play by all the rules, you will always lose, because the system is there to extract. It's not there to make you wealthy. It's make the parasites wealthy by extracting from you. And all these people that have boutique meats and they offer this stuff much higher than the store, they will never change the system. So if your carnivore snacks or your off-grid beef is double the price of the supermarket, forget it, you're done. You need to find a different way of doing it. I'm not waiting until 65. I'll find something a lot less to be done with corporate America. Well, there you go, Juliet. That's smart. And maybe those of us in the carnivore community can find a way to create our own network to make this possible. Because we all have different areas we live in, all different experiences, all different expertise. So there may be ways of using our resources off-grid to supplement what we do otherwise. And that's a good thing. All right. Hi, George. See you in a few hours. Lainey says hello, but YouTube won't let her post. I think by Tuesday, we will be on land in Venezuela. I seriously doubt it. And even if they do invade Venezuela, it's not going to benefit us. The oligarchs are going to take whatever they want, and they'll just screw us over with the cost. Happy Saturday, Juliet. It's going to be fun. Hello. With you three guys, I won't have to do any talking. Well, again, we're going to check that out. Yeah, crowd meet like crowd health, something like that. The idea is to have direct connections with people who produce meat and be able to avoid inflation. So I'm back up to 41 watching. Wow, that's pretty amazing. I don't think they'll let me retire. They keep on telling me they miss me, making an offer I'd be stupid to refuse. Well, there you go. That's how you use the leverage to be able to get more pay. I notice when people are loyal to a company, they treat them like crap. They never give them a raise. They make them work harder. But when you threaten you're going to run away or leave, that's when they start getting to be more and more generous. Sometimes people actually have to leave to do that. United, like-minded people can do great things. That's the whole thing. And you know, a lot of times you may need something and somebody has it. In fact, I had a friend of mine talk to me last week. I need some plants, but I can't afford them. I'm like, what kind of plants do you want? Coconut tree, and they wanted an avocado tree and all this. I'm like, well, come on down to my backyard. Pick what you want. It didn't cost me hardly anything to raise those. It's just my time and labor. And it's a friend of mine. So I told him, take whatever you want. They moved in that house, you know, up there in Palm Beach like last year. And they're having trouble finding these plants. They're just too much money. Take what you want out of my yard. I'd rather give it to somebody. I'll have to haul it with me to my new place, but I can always grow more. And once in a while, you may have too many animals. Maybe you want to take them to auction, but the prices aren't good. But you might negotiate a price with a friend of yours. You say, well, because when you go to the auction, they take a percentage. You know that. Plus, you got to transport the animals, take your time to be there. You could sell for less money than you'd get at the auction and still make money if you sell to somebody you know. Say, look, I'm going to sell you this animal. You're going to have to pick it up, obviously, but it makes sense. Now, when it comes to animals, depending on the size of the animal, you may have to get somebody else to process it for you, but smaller animals, I mean, if you buy a duck or chicken, you don't have to process that. You can do that yourself. Just pull out your pocket knife and take care of business. It's not that hard to do. But if you buy a whole cow, I can only imagine that must be a process. You got to have some kind of a hoist to pull it up, gut it out. It's a lot of labor. If you're a weak person, you may not be able to do it. But if you had some friends, you could probably do it. But that's what I'm trying to say. If you can bypass the system in any way, and I do it all the time. One of the reasons I've been able to survive, I bypass the system. I trade stuff that I need. I trade stuff that I have. I even trade work for stuff. I've had jobs that I've done in exchange for some item. No money ever exchanged hands. You think I worry about that for taxes? Of course not. You know? Oh, you'll give me your old lawnmower if I haul off that pile of garbage. What is that worth? How do I know? I hauled off the pile of garbage. I threw some of it in the dump. The rest of it went to the scrap yard. I got a broken lawnmower that I fixed. And I used it. It was probably worth $100, $200. I don't know. What is it worth? Everything we have is always money, money, money. So if there's a way to do that, and for example, like with the crypto coin, you could base it on something like a pound of beef. You could say a pound of top round or something, or you could say egg coin. It's based on a large chicken egg. So if you have 200 eggs, you know, what's that worth? Might be worth a few pounds of meat. That's all I'm saying. And you want to make sure that it's peer-to-peer and locally sourced, so that way you don't have some exchange, some Bitcoin farm that's controlled by private equity, and they can manipulate the market. That's not what we want. We want something that we control. We can create it as we need it, and then once the debt is covered, it's simply destroyed or transferred to someone else. It's not hard to do. We can do it. But it's going to take a group of people who are not parasites. That's the whole thing. So the trick is avoid the parasites, stay with the producers. And by the way, a consumer is not necessarily a parasite, because you can be a producer and a consumer and not be a parasite. A parasite is someone that depends on others. This is like the so-called alpha male. The alpha male is generally a parasite because they can't do anything without other people. But they produce, you know, there's some good and bad to it. But when it comes to getting things done, they're not very valuable. But that's my theory anyway. All right, so let me go back over here to these comments. They're still coming in. And Laney is here. Okay, evening everyone. I guess you were able to get online. And we have some hellos. I think Resting Witch Face is joining us too. Oh, you can see me? Yes. How many subs? 18K? Excellent. Slowly climb that and then triple with one viral video. I wonder if I'll make a viral video again. Who knows? The viral video that I was on disappeared because I didn't have it on my channel. Carnivore Big Sister, it's a long story. Okay, she was jealous and wanted to be like us. Coached her, though, through boot camp. My proudest success. Okay, good. So anyway, yeah, the ability to help others is important. And, you know, there's another saying, you're the sum of the people that you hang around with. If you have a lot of people that are sort of down at the bottom, it's going to tend to drag you down with it. So the trick would be to try to raise everybody up from the bottom if you can. Don't just try to step over them to get to the top, because things are a lot easier when you're up higher up than when you're down at the bottom. The further down you are, the harder it is to get up out of the hole and move forward. And that is the best advice. If you're in a hole, stop digging. Don't get it worse. And I know people that all they do is dig that hole deeper and deeper and deeper. They may be unhealthy. What do? They double down on the duck food. They're in debt. They get more debt. They do these stupid things, and a lot of times they get away with it because they're so impulsive. They do so many stupid things. Eventually they win. But then over time, they lose. What is that? Oh, that's Federal Express across the street, I'm sure. That ain't for me. It's got to be across the street. Let's see when they get out. Yeah, I think that's across the street. Takes them a while to get out of the truck. Okay. It's one of the good things about being in the living room. I can see out the window, and yeah, that was across the street. I haven't had a delivery here in a month, so. Okay. Moving downstairs. Start decorating for Christmas. Okay. So I came and found out you guys. I wanted to be at the top too. That's right. That's right. You see, it's kind of hard to be at the top if you're down at the bottom eating duck food and waddling around and quacking. You don't want to do that. Video at Amy. There we go. It was done in October. Oh, okay. I don't bother with any of that. The whole Christmas thing is a bunch of nonsense. Nobody, I mean, for what? I don't have any kids. Nobody's going to buy any stuff for me. I ain't going to worry about that. So I'm just going to make it like any other day. And I already have my little gift right here. There he is. Oh, where's that camera? Milton. There's my Milton. Look at that face. Look at that cute little kitten. You sure like sitting there, don't you, you little monster? He's a beast. Got to watch out for that vicious Milton. I don't want him tearing me up anymore. That was not a fun experience. Okay. Christmas up. There we go. I've got 2 Christmas trees up, decoration lights everywhere. Well, you know, one good thing about Christmas is that after Christmas, I go around picking up all the dead Christmas trees and I mulch them up into mulch from my yard. So it has that Christmas tree smell. I do it every year. Although my chipper's broken, but the last couple of years, I've actually used the hedge trimmer and the lawnmower. It's kind of the same thing. I'm buying you a gift, Rick. Well, you already have. You're a great gift to this community. It's almost Christmas. No, you must believe in Satan. I mean Santa. Go get him, Milton. All you do is move the A and the T, and that's exactly what it is red. Yeah, that's about right. What was that thing on Saturday Night Live? Could it be Satan? Remember that silly show? And by the way, again, Saturday Night Live, 8 o'clock tonight, is Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore. I didn't see him here. He may have been listening, maybe out of curiosity, but check him out. I'm sure all of us know Old Guy Carnivore. So that's a good thing. Oh, there we are. We get live ones. We've got a forest in the yard. Well, there you go. So you can cut your tree, and then after you're done with it, you can burn it, or you can use it for for mulching, which is what I do now. There's less and less trees. I think as people get poorer, I see less of the trees, but I do see a lot of the fake ones that people put up in their homes. But if you can get a hold of the real one, they make really good mulch. 100%. All right, so How is our chat going? Let me see how our live is. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this, but it's not opening. There we go. Okay, we have 37. I don't think we're going to get too many more. And as you know, it's approaching 1 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, we have our friend Thomas, Target Prime Rib, who is going to be going online. So let me go ahead and switch this. Where in the world did that go? Oh boy. Got a significant delay with YouTube. Let me see. Oh, come on. I know you're here somewhere. There we go. Okay. We moved to fake trees because the cats caused too many disasters climbing the real tree. Cats love plants. That's one of the bad things about cats. They will not leave your plants alone. And it's getting hot in here. Oh, I hate this weather. It always has to get hot. It was so cool earlier. I was able to turn the air conditioner off, but now I got to turn it back on. Oh, well. No big deal. Chase cats with a tree, but now he just bats a bubble here and there now. Okay, I guess the cats get used to it. You got to see our yard in June. It's a barbecue patio surrounded by trees. That's it. It's a good thing you get to live where there's plants and not just a bunch of buildings. At least you're not in some hellhole like London or something like that. That's great. Well, anyway, it looks like our chat is coming to an end. Tickets bought. Well, so you're going over there. That's great. I've already done my travel for the last 20 years, and it'll probably be another 20 years before I go anywhere else. So we will see. Last place I went was Las Vegas, then Tampa. Who knows where it'll be next? Probably the funeral home. That'll be my next trip. Another 20 years, I'll have my heart attack, and I'll be on my way to the hot box. So let's see. 77, 87. Yeah, maybe 30 years. Who knows? I think I'll live until my 90s. It's warm here because the fire is lit. Well, if I see a fire around here, it's time to call 911 because it's so hot all the time. In fact, I got a bunch of branches I need to burn to make charcoal, and I don't want to do it because it's just too hot and too windy. Once we get a so-called cold front and it goes in the 40s at night, I'll go ahead and burn all that. That way the smoke will go straight up. It won't bother the neighbors. And I'll make some more charcoal for my next barbecues when I have the privilege of getting some meat, steaks and stuff. All right, so let's see. Better go? Yes. Juliet says, better go. See you at 4 Eastern. I'll get on our live early to make sure nothing is messed up. That's a great move. So we'll go ahead and we'll play our way out of here and end this. Let's see. Which one should I pick? It's here somewhere. We already had strawberry poop gas. Let's see. All right. I use a regular one. This one might work. Okay. All right, let's see. All right. Comments. Bye, everyone. Thanks, Rick. Well, there we go. And, okay, Juliet, I'll be early too. I will check it out as well. Bye, everyone. Play chipmunks roasting on open fire. Yeah, right? I don't think that's in the YouTube library. See you all soon. There we go. It's just like Mr. Rogers. He's leaving his house and they show the little models. I'm going to have to make one of those. I always thought about making my own version of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, except calling it Mr. Rodriguez's Neighborhood and having it with a bunch of, boxy houses and new cars, and then the one house with a bunch of trees and junk cars on blocks and stuff all over the place and falling apart. Then come in the door, and then the black cat goes whoosh. Sort of like a combination between Tales of the Crypt and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Great chat, thanks. Yes, I agree. But you know what? A great chat is made of great people. So only one person, not enough. And I think every now and then, what you should do, if you want, is don't be scared. Get that phone, pick it up, and dial 786-245-5594 and talk on a real rotary phone. Not a fake one. It's a real one. See? There it is. Take a look at that. What do you think? You could be on one of those lines. I can even put you on hold. There you go. There we are. Oh, and by the way, I have traffic lights, so I could definitely put a traffic light in the living room, just like Mr. Rogers. Thank you for being here, my friends, and I will catch you next week for Live at 8 with Rick. And you will see me tonight, most likely, on Mitch's live stream. So have a great rest of